I was muted. So that's a live blooper. Blessings of the day, Hotep, Uncle Johnson. Welcome to a special broadcast of Hieroglyph with Shakka-Ahmose. I am your host, Shakka-Ahmose. And this is going to be an interesting effort on my part. You know, there's something that many people watching me may not realize. And what that is a lot of times there are things that I have to do. Like, I think there are things that I have to do when teaching and when gathering research, that when it comes time to deliver, what I think many people fail to understand is what it takes to really feel up to the task of delivering the information. It takes a lot. Like, it really does. It takes a lot. There are a lot of psychological things that I have to go through before I come and sit in front of this camera, spiritual things I have to go through, physical things that I have to go through before I come sit in front of this camera to deliver the message of the broadcast. And because of the nature of the platform, I mean, this is Hieroglyph with Shakka-Ahmose. You know, it has to be megalithic, right? I guess if we were Greek or Roman, if we were Greco-Roman, we'd say Promethean, right? But megalithic has to be pyramidal, right? So, yeah, it goes through a lot. And I think that whether I know it or not, I think subconsciously I know it. I'm always nervous before I do it because I don't know if I'm going to do a good job. I don't know how well I'm going to handle the information. I don't know how effective I'm going to be at delivering it. And so I'm nervous. You know, I'm always nervous when I do this. And I think it might help someone else who does this to hear that everybody you see in front of a camera delivering a message, especially if it's an important one, especially if it's got, just imagine how much more intense it is when the information is controversial, rare, unique, so to speak, and adversarial, you know, and even hostile in certain ways, or could be perceived as such. It's a lot, right? Like, you go through a lot. And so I'm just sharing that with you because I think maybe if I share it with you and I talk about it, I will feel more comfortable as we go on. I'll do a better job of delivering the information. So again, my name is Shakka-Ahmose. Many of you already know me. For those of you who don't, now you do. My name is Shakka-Ahmose. I would always recommend to people if there's anyone that you know of, any Christian relatives, any Bible-believing relatives, any people who subscribe to a Kemetic worldview, or any people who are interested in ancient Egypt, or ancient Egypt and its relationship to the Bible and to Christianity, or Christianity and its relationship to the Bible and ancient Egypt, its religion and culture, then this is the platform where you want to be, because for the most part, that's really all I do and that's all I talk about. And extent subject matters as well, related topics as well. So I just wanted to put that out there. Yeah, still working with those nerves. Like the butterflies are just there. Like, oh God, am I gonna do a good job? You know what I mean? So someone contacted me from Germany. They said they love the platform, and they said, please make it shorter, more detailed and precise. So I'll do the best I can. Okay. So I think, I don't know. I think you just got to let people do them. I think that's the best thing to do. I appreciate the guidance. I certainly do, in the feedback. So I don't dismiss that. I'm not dismissive of that. I'm not one of these people, oh, you can't, don't tell me nothing. No. Tell me everything. But just, I reserve the right to accept or decline even if only until I arrive at that same conclusion on my own. Okay, so I'm just gonna come up here and do me, and if it turns out to be too long, you know. So, okay. Let me just briefly look and see who's here. Say hello. Greet them. Okay. Or see if there are any comments that are really worthy of being shared with the viewing audience. Because you guys can't see what I'm seeing in the in the chat. So let's see. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that problem has been fixed. We now have audio. Okay. So right, wonderful. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, wonderful. Okay, all right. It would be nice to okay, so it would be nice to wait for 60 more people to show up. Then we'd have 100 people here. So far, we've got about 40 people. But as always with these live broadcasts, by the time we're done, there'll be close to 200 people in here, and about 200 people watching, which is usually pretty average for myself. I've got to learn how to send out alerts through my what do you call that? MailChimp, or what's the other one? I forget what it's called. But through my email processing service, so that I can alert people who are on my mailing list. And you definitely want to get on my mailing list, so that way when I do start sending out alerts to let people know, maybe the day before or even the day of, you can get the email. There are a core of people who I have decided to contact right before I do a live. So I did that today. And these are the people who really, really support what I do, who take my classes, who invest in my efforts, and who really respect knowledge and understand and appreciate the value of what it is I bring into the room and to the discourse. Okay, so without any further ado, let's get started. Am I still nervous? Yes. But maybe as we get through the presentation, through the broadcast, those nerves will. Okay. So let's do this. Let's do it. Do it. Okay. So I think the other reason, I just realized something. I think the other reason that I don't rush through the broadcasts is because, as nervous as I am, like, there's a part of me that, like, it's kind of fun, you know? So I kind of like to make it, I think subconsciously I make it linger a little longer than necessary. I don't know. I think part of it also has to do with the fact that I don't really communicate with people often. I'm always studying. And so when I finally get the chance to communicate with people, it's kind of like, you know what I mean? So there's no particular formula at work or regular intervals, you know? I just, I speak until I feel relaxed. And once I get relaxed and I'm comfortable and I'm confident, yeah, and I think that's important, because to deliver the kind of information that I deliver, you have to have a certain level of confidence, not just in the information and in the knowledge, but also in yourself, to be the conveyor of that discourse. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to do the research. It's another thing to communicate it. It's another thing to illustrate it. It's another thing to teach it. It's a two totally different things. And so please don't for one moment fool yourself into thinking that what I do is easy, because nothing could be further from the truth. If what I do is easy, everyone would do it, or there would be many people doing it, right? And I'm talking about at the level that I do it, and I don't think I have to go into detail about the level that I teach at. Most of you who are here already know that. That's why you're here. Although I did get a very funny comment the other day. I should put, I can't put it up on screen right now, but or maybe I could, I just don't want to go through the things, but someone said they were looking for something to eat, and for some reason, my video, my last broadcast that I did on Hieroglyph, it was recommended to them, and they don't know why, but they said, but I'm really glad I found it. I thought that was so funny. He said they'll be watching. So shout out to whatever food service recommended Hieroglyph and Shakka-Ahmose to that person who was looking for food. Okay. I'm gonna do episode 2. We just strictly just go through fan mail. Because the fan mail that I get is deep, man. It's really deep. Like, you never really know how much you're touching the lives of people or better, you never really know how much the person that you're looking at in front of the camera is really affecting and impacting and touching other lives. You know, even if it's not your own, rest assured that for those of us who really invest a lot of time, energy, and resources into what we do to make sure that we are certainly, if not the best at what we do, in a class by ourselves, it's going to make a difference in the lives of someone. And so I always say, if I make a difference in the life of a handful of people or a world full of people, then the value is it stands on its own merit, and it doesn't need to be validated. It validates itself. So I'm just going to look at a few more comments and then go. I appreciate that. Yeah. See, now I feel like if I put the really nice comments like this up on the screen, I'm going to be feeling like, he's only choosing the nice comments, the egotistical ones. So if I find some that are not so nice, I'll throw them up just for some balance. Okay. Still want to know. Oh, okay. That's another subject matter. We can talk about that. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, and I appreciate that sentiment. Like I said, it's I think, and particularly with today's subject matter, I'm probably a little more apprehensive because the stuff that I'm going to show you is yeah, that's true. That's true, Joe Cole. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm definitely gonna let me show that one. I think that's important. He said, Shaka, you need to do a recap of the black homosexuals who used Hotep as a code word because I didn't really understand. Well, no, I will, and I think that that's an important one because a number of people have asked me about that. They really want to know more about that, so I will be revisiting that. Okay, absolutely. Hi, I appreciate that. This is certainly one of my moderators who I totally value and appreciate. India Ballad, I really appreciate you. We've got to speak by phone one day. I would really appreciate that. Okay, so very much so. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your appreciation. I genuinely do, authentically do. Okay, hey, all right, Jacoby, what's up? I appreciate you. Shout out to Houston. Okay, that's what's up. All right, and then I feel like if I put one person on the screen, you got to put everybody in. No, you don't have to put everybody in. Shout out to Nashville, Tennessee in the house. We appreciate you, Photography. Absolutely, I appreciate you very much so. Hey, I bet you can hear me now, Raymond. I bet you can hear me now. My love to the family. Absolutely. My love to the family. Okay. And I appreciate your last gesture. I was unable to respond at the time, but I appreciated it very much so. Okay. All right. Okay, so here we go. Okay. So let's get this started. So let me pull this up. Okay. Share. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So here we go, people. So let me again say why I felt this broadcast was necessary, particularly right now. Well, I'm probably going to show it in there. Yeah, let me just, you know what? Yeah. Less commentary, more presentation. That person from Germany is right. Less commentation, more presentation. All right. Actually, so is Ka'abet. So guys, if I don't interact too much with the chat, it's just so that people who are watching can get the information. And so you can get the information as well. Okay. And that way we can get through it too, because there's a really good chance that I'm not going to do the whole thing today. These PowerPoints, these presentations that I put together are really extensive. So I have to choose sections, what section I'm going to share, and then move on accordingly. Okay. So what I don't share today, I'll share in the next broadcast. Okay. Which, who knows, maybe this evening. All depends on how I'm feeling. Right. So, all right. Let's see. Okay. And plus, I guess part of it is also anticipation, like, oh, this is going to be good. It's a little bit of that too. Why I'm like drawing it out. Like, why hasn't he started yet? Why hasn't he gone right to the information? Like, this is like, it's fine wine. You sip it. You don't gulp it down. You want the cheap stuff, the garbage, go to someone else's platform. But they jump right into it. And you notice the level of the information is usually really, really low. Right? But even when you're watching university lectures, if you're watching them online or something, you notice there's usually an introductory period where it'd be like 10, 15 minutes, darn near 20 minutes just for the introducing. And then the lecture will get started, And I guess that's because people who want real knowledge don't have fast food brains. People who are like, give it me now, I need it now. The way that they are cultivating people to think, everything is fast, fast. And what it does is shortens your attention span. I'm not here to shorten your attention span. So shout out to my friend in Germany. Yes, make the videos smaller and concise. I think I should have those in addition to, but I think the long form videos matter just as much, if not more, because time is all we really have, and the time that we spend with each other should be meaningful. And today, people don't spend meaningful time. In ancient Kemet, in ancient Egypt, meaning had a whole lot of value, like in ways that you can't really understand today. Today, meaning itself doesn't have much meaning today. You have to consider that. Meaning itself does not have much meaning today. So I'm coming from the ethos of another culture where meaning was everything. So no, I'm not in a particular rush, but I'm also not trying to milk it and make it last any longer, okay, than it has to. So, or than necessary. So here we go. I have to remember what I'm doing here. Okay. Well, the first thing I need to do is, I'm dealing with brain fog like everybody else, Again, welcome to Hieroglyph. I'm your host, Shakka-Ahmose. Oh, and before I forget, because I always forget, I don't know how I always forget this, but yeah, I guess some people would say that this part is kind of important. See you in a second. Oh gosh, I keep hitting that wrong button. Why did it do this to me? Gee whiz. On my own, I ain't never alone. And I said, wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. On my own, I ain't never alone. And I said, wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. I see it all. Looking back, I see your face. Seen so many great things. Hey, look at that. Surrounding myself with the best that this life had to offer on my own. Looking back. On my own, but I ain't never alone. And I said, wanna bring me in and bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things, it's like a king on the stone. I'm looking back on my own. On my own, I ain't never alone. And I said,
angels running with me and they bring me to the day that I'm gone. I see so many great things like a king on the throne. I'm looking back on my own. I see it all.
Looking back, I see you there. So many great things. Hey, look at that. Surrounding myself with the best that this life had to offer on my own. Looking back.
Okay, so that was necessary. You know, I forget these things. Oh, we got an intro to do. Okay, so there we go. So again, welcome to Hieroglyph with Shakka-Ahmose. I'm your host, and we're going to be talking about this interesting thing because these pastors are getting bold, man. They're just putting themselves out there. They're just jumping out there, you know, with no Jesus parachute, you know. So let's look at it. Okay, so let me show my mic is on before people are like, there's no sound. Okay, right. This is really important. I promised myself I would put this at the beginning and also at the end, and here's why. Because you never know what people's schedule are like, how busy they get. You know, my broadcast can be kind of really long form, and this is an important part of the platform because it provides the inspiration and the motivation and the means for me to continue to come back here and to educate you. And I think that's really important. If you think that that's important, being properly educated and having your miseducation process reversed, then I strongly recommend and advise and guide you to support, contribute, and invest in the Hieroglyph platform. And you can do that by just visiting my Cash App at $ Shakka-Ahmose. And the show greatly welcomes it and greatly appreciates it and yourself. Okay. Now, with that said, and this way, because the other reason I do this is halfway through, people are like, how can I support, contribute, and invest? And rather than put it up in the middle of the presentation, so I decided to put it at the beginning and put it at the end, so it's covered. Okay, so here we go. So we're looking at Queen Mary College. Okay, it's the University of London. Okay, actually that's what it's not Queen Mary College. It's the University of London. Queen Mary University of London. Okay, I had it confounded with London College, so scratch that. This is Queen Mary University of London. Okay, it's an institution of higher learning. Take a look at it. Okay, it's where people go to get degrees, like their bachelor's, their master's, their PhD, so forth and so on. It really is a university of higher learning. Okay, so this is a book. Oh, and by the way, just so that you guys know, before we go on, I did something that I never did before that I'm going to start doing with every broadcast. All of the books and scholarly material that I reference in this broadcast, this is another way for you to support the platform, by the way. All of the books and all of the scholarly material I reference in the platform, I put them in the link, and the links, I put them in the description, and the links in the description are affiliate links, so that way when you purchase them, it supports the platform. Okay, so if you buy it on Amazon, the platform gets a percentage of it. Okay, the price is the same. You're not paying a higher price or anything like that. So I just happen to benefit from the platform benefits from using it as a reference and from sharing it with you. Okay, so and making it accessible to you, right? Because I mean, a lot of the things that I'm going to show you, you might want to own it for yourself, for your own personal library. Like everything, darn it, everything that I ever put on the screen, I already have it in my personal library. So if it's ever taken off the internet, which happens all of the time, I can always say, oh, got it. Yeah, you need to know that. Don't take it for granted that certain books are always going to be available. I know many people who came to me in tears. I don't have it anymore. As I told you, you have to build your own personal library. It's like relying on YouTube solely for your audience. What do you do if they shut YouTube down? What do you do if they shut Instagram down? You always want to have your own. So that's why I always recommend people. And yeah, and even if I don't put the link to every single book, all of the main ones, stuff that I just use for a quick short reference, like the Bible like the Strong Concordance for the Bible. I'm not going to put a link for that, or for some independent study that's very obscure. 9 times out of 10, I may or may not, it's up to my discretion. But in any event, so this is the book. No, let me say something else before I forget. What I've decided to do in order to keep the platform rolling in the spirit and the mind that I want it to continue in and to evolve in, I've decided to basically unleash a large portion, not all of it, but a large portion. Let's just say a meaningful portion. So the buzzword for today is meaningful, right? I wish I could have flashed that across the screen. So the buzzword for today is meaningful. So I'm going to release a large portion of my library onto this platform, onto the Hieroglyph platform. So we may do a month of just one book where I'm just teaching out of it for a whole month, right? That way it'll help us to stay focused. You understand what I'm saying? Rather than just jumping all over the place. So just wanted to share that with you. Okay, so this is a book that's actually from my personal library. Okay, so let's look at this book. This is the book that we're going to be going through today. It's called Isis in the Ancient World, and the author is a professor by the name of R.E. Witt, and he taught at Queen Mary. He taught at the University of London, Queen Mary College. I think it is called Queen Mary College, but he taught at the University of London, and as you can see, it says right here on the bottom. Everybody knows my PowerPoint jumps, so don't let that throw you. As it says here on the bottom, on the back, this is the reverse side of the book. It says that he taught at Queen Mary College, University of London. And this book, by the way, is produced by the John Hopkins University Press. So it's a real scholarly work, okay? So you're talking about John Hopkins University Press, Baltimore and London, all right? So this is a real scholarly work, okay? It's published by a university press, and the author is a professor from this particular university, okay? Or he was, okay? So let's move forward. Now, we know that he had his doctorate and his PhD. His thesis is actually referenced in. I wish I could make the screen larger. Why do I feel like my screen is not as large as it could be? Because I want to do my whole screen. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at YouTube. Guys, give me 1 second. I just want to make sure technically everything is the way it's supposed to be. Okay? So I'll be right with you. All right. Okay, thanks for being with me, folks. I just wanted to make sure that what I was seeing on my screen, you are also seeing on your screen. Okay, that's important. And then I was wondering why, if it was, I just didn't realize that the writing would be so small here that I was looking at. But in any event, I mean, truthfully speaking, you know, we can certainly don the spectacles. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Hey, if it helps you to see more, here we go. So, voila, the professor is in. Okay, so let's make sure you can see. Here we go. And you know what? There you go. That way it's closer for you guys to see as well. All right. So here's a mention of abstracts or dissertations approved for the PhD. And one of them is Albinus and the History of Middle Platonism by Reginald Eldred Witt. Okay. So we know that he has his PhD. It's documented. And the other one is Self-Intellectual Identity in the Philosophy of Plotinus. So basically, he's an expert on Neoplatonism, okay? Or Neoplatonism. Actually, it is Neoplatonism. But sometimes you want to play with it because of Plotinus and his relationship to Plato. So here it just talks about it. It mentions it. And his thesis was published by Cambridge, by the University Press of Cambridge University. So, I mean, I don't think that we have to wonder as to whether or not if this is a scholarly publication. The text written by Dr. Witt that we're going to look at today was published by Johns Hopkins University Press, whereas his other text for his thesis is published by Cambridge University Press. So when you're publishing work, when you're writing work that's being published by major academic institutions like Johns Hopkins University and Cambridge University, then you're dealing with scholarship. I think that we can all agree on that. Okay, and I think that that's important because part of the problem in our community, in the Black community, is we allow anybody to jump in front of a camera and just tell us anything. Say anything. It doesn't matter. They don't require any standard of source material. Just say it, and therefore it must be true. Or they put their opinion on the same. They put their personal opinion on the same level of documented academic work, and you shouldn't do that because then first of all, you're inflating your opinion, right? This is not a platform where people tune in to hear my opinion. My opinion is irrelevant at most times, not all times. But this is the thrust of this platform is people are tuning in to be introduced to documented facts. The difference, right? So the standard that we have here at Hieroglyph is not the same standard that you're going to find on other platforms. It's just not. Okay. So let's get with it. Let's get back to it. So we just wanted to establish the scholarly acumen of the work that we're going to look at today, Isis in the Ancient World by R.E. Witt. This is not a, this is not, it's not grade school stuff, right? This is a purely academic work, okay? In fact, we're going to read about just how unique this work is. So let's take a look at it. Okay? So we're going to ask a question. 1 second, because I know I put something in here that I think should have been in here, but for some reason I'm not seeing it. It's really strange. Okay. I'll tell you. Or maybe sometimes I put things in different places of the PowerPoint and I forget. So you guys don't know how hard I really work on these presentations. So like you really don't. Like you couldn't imagine. Let me just speak on that real fast. Like you guys don't know. When I put together a presentation, it's back-breaking work. Like back-breaking. I'm literally stuck in a chair for almost 200 hours straight. Literally. Sometimes 200 hours, sometimes 100 hours straight. Do you know what that does to your back? Like, you couldn't begin to imagine. Like, even right now, I'm just like, oh gosh. I just want to curve my back in the opposite direction, you know? But like, people really don't know. It's a lot. Your eyes are burning, tears are running down your eyes because you just want to close your eyes and rest, but you can't because you're trying to get the work done. You know, some days you don't eat because you just don't have time to prepare a meal. You don't even have time to go get a meal because you just want to get the material together so you can come and do this broadcast. So when you don't see me, you know, on screen broadcasting, it's because I'm somewhere putting the work together. And it's a lot. It's unbelievable work. It's unbelievable work. So I want you to know that. Don't take it for granted. Not any of these broadcasts. There's a lot of work that goes into this. I mean, I think if you want your stuff to stand out and be head and shoulders above the rest, and not only that, if it's important to you that your viewers feel like you really respect their minds and that you want to expose them to the best possible information, then I personally think you want to put in the time, energy, and effort in your work so that it's reflected when you're teaching it, when you're communicating it, right? Because at the end of the day, this is your product. My work is my product. That's my product. That's it. You know, my work, I have a few things on my website that I sell, but, you know, and I'm not downplaying them. I think they're wonderful things, like this wasket that I wear, right? I sell them on my website if anybody's interested in donating a wasket. I like them for their cultural aesthetic, but also because of what they mean, what they represent. In ancient Egypt, in ancient Kemet, they represented status, class, and status. Okay. And so, yeah, you know, so I just wanted to share that. Okay. So let's get on with it. Let's get back to this challenge, people. So I'm here with you. So I'm going to ask the question: did the worship of goddess Isis influence early Christianity? Let's just really address this so we don't have to come back to it anymore. All right. And that's the way I want to do this program. I want to do this broadcast in such a way, all of my broadcasts, when I touch these subjects, I want to do them in such a way we don't have to come back and ask the question. It has been definitively answered for once and for all. And I think that that's important because when you don't answer questions definitively, it leaves the door open for the less intelligent, the less educated, the miseducated, and the spiritually aloof. It leaves the door open for them to come and misrepresent topics, misrepresent subject matters, to misinterpret and miseducate, to misinterpret data and to miseducate people. And so I think that when you're teaching, you should teach in such a way that it's very responsible, so much so to the point that nobody could come behind you and try to explain it away. That won't stop people from doing it because that's what apologists do. Right? Apologists are basically there to defend whatever it is they believe. They don't really care about facts. They don't care about what's true. They just care about defending their belief. And so that automatically tells you what their value system is. I think that's an upside down value system. My value system is right side up, certainly from my perspective, in that I'm only interested in, I mean, sometimes the truth and the facts can make you appear apologetic, but I think it's possible to do both, but if you're going to do both, if you're going to be an apologist and be objective at the same time so that your scholarship is worthy, that's a whole different job. You know, there are some people who try. They try to do that. I honestly think Dr. Vince Bantu tries to do it, but he's made statements that have made it very clear that facts to him don't really matter. Right. I mean, when you say that no matter what you tell me, Jesus Christ is going to be my Lord and Savior, no matter what you show me, then how can I respect you as a PhD? Because you're telling me that you put your beliefs before facts and knowledge and information, right? Objective, in other words, reality. So, you know, or should I say, reality as best it can be discerned from the information. So let's answer this question. Did the worship of goddess Isis influence early Christianity? It's either a yes or a no, right? And I wish I had a pastor on here right now. I wish I had one of these apologists, right? Even the Junior Brigade, I call them by name, right? Adam Coleman, Alfredo Valentin, Vocab Malone. I'll make you guys famous since you want to be famous so bad. Who else? I really can't. Oh, Pastor Bennett, right? I wish I had you here live or on a stage in front of a crowd so I can ask you first before we go into it, just so we can make it clear to the people how much you don't actually know, right? I really wish we could make it clear to people, because what they will do is, see, after this broadcast, by the way, I already anticipate what my adversaries are going to do. So after this broadcast, they're going to change their tune from, oh, I didn't say that, but unfortunately, I'm going to show you them saying it live. They're going to say, oh, I didn't say that. Or they're going to move the bar, right? They're going to move the bar and change the conversation. Rather than just, because if we were out in public or we were in your church in front of your congregation and I asked you as a pastor, did the worship of Osiris, Isis, and Horus influence early Christianity? Yes or no? Without fail, all of them are going to say no. All of them, without fail, bar none, are going to say no. They won't just answer the question honestly and just say, yes, 100% absolutely, the worship of Isis and Horus did, in fact, influence early Christianity and the early church. Yes, it did. See, if you just said that, then you could go on and just get back to your religion and worship Jesus and that. But you don't do that. In fact, you lie. You lie about the scholarship. You lie about the documentation. And so therefore you miseducate people. And if that's what Jesus has called you to do, because you all have this ministry, and if your ministry is to miseducate people, then those of us who actually educate people have to highlight that is what so you got to remember, what you say your ministry is and what your ministry actually is may not be commensurate one with the other. They may not be the same thing. And that's something that you really have to consider. And that's what I'm here to do today, to bring front and center and pull to the forefront and highlight and show these pastors what their actual ministry is. Your actual ministry is to miseducate people, particularly Black people throughout the Black community. That is your actual ministry. And we need to be honest about that. You are serial miseducators. If you're a Christian pastor and you're watching this, you need to know that that's what you are. You are a serial miseducator. If you are a Black Christian pastor, you are really a serial miseducator in the Black community. And so we're going to prove that today. We're not going to, it's not about what I believe is true or my opinion or I'm going to document for you. Okay. So we're going to document it together. That's what we're here to do. So answer the question. Did the worship of goddess Isis influence early Christianity? And I'm going to say one more time before I move on. If we were on stage and I asked that question at the beginning of debate, or if we were in a church and the congregation was watching the conversation between the pastor and myself, and I asked that question, because that would be my first question. Hey, pastor, let's just cut to the chase. Let's just cut through the fact. Did the worship of goddess Isis and Horus influence early Christianity and the church? It's either a yes or it's a no. You can't have it both ways. It's either yes or no. You ever see a child come in the house and you see your child lying about something that is standing right there in front of you and you both know, right? Like your child's the only one in the house. It's like a dog. A dog break the lamp and you come in the house and you yell at the dog and the dog, what does the dog do? look away. Right? Look away, like out, like by looking away from you, it ain't got to be confronted, right? That's like going, you can't see me, you know, and that's what goes on. So I'm just here to again show you that this is the actual case. Okay. Before I go any further, let me just say this. I'm gonna actually do a monologue that I do at the beginning of all of these broadcasts, so I don't have to interrupt the flow of the information. But I want to say this: the reason why this stuff is so important to me is because when I was a very small child, I really wanted to know the truth about these things. I was into the Bible, and I was into Christianity, and I was into the church heavily. Actually, I was just fascinated with the Bible and that God had left all of this truth and facts for us from what I was told as a child. And then to grow up and discover that the deception starts early on in your life, it just made me feel like, why am I born into a world where the first thing I'm confronted with as a young person is deception, historical deception? Like, why? You know? And I didn't understand it. And there are a whole lot of reasons for it. I mean, the main reason is power, the power to define. That's the main reason, the power to define. And he who defines controls. And that's just it. Okay. But I wanted to know the facts because I always tell people saying, oh, I don't believe in Christianity, I don't believe the Bible. That's not enough. You have to say, this is not true, but then you have to say, this is what's true. This is what is true. So you have to do both sides of the equation. You can't just say, I don't believe and it's not true and then walk away. That's irresponsible. With all due respect to my father, that was the approach my father took. He said, I don't believe, I don't go to church, and that's it. God is full of whatever, and he just didn't believe it. I don't know. Well, I know he didn't believe in the whole Christian thing. I don't know how he felt about God in general, but my mother during the early formative years of my childhood, she was a Christian, and we went to church every Sunday, myself and my 3 siblings. And it wasn't until she met her second husband that he really exposed her to Africa, taking her all to every country in Africa and other parts of the world. And it was through that interaction that that we ended up being raised in that community. And everybody knows the community I was raised in. I talk about it in the last broadcast. If you don't know, just go back and look at it. Intellectual legacy, right? Christianity versus Christianity, multiculturalism versus Afro-centeredness, African-centeredness. Go back and look at it, and you can learn something about the community I was raised in and brought up in, right? And the people I was brought up around, the relevant people that I was brought up around. And so, yeah, you have to answer the question. This is what's not true. Okay, no problem. Then what is true? Okay, and that's the more challenging part. It's very easy to say this is not true. I don't believe that. That's a fairy tale. Okay, that's cool. But you ain't busting no grapes. Now you have to say what is true. And that's where you have to cut the mustard. That's where you have to be up to snuff. That's where you really have to have your shit together. Okay? So that's important as far as your scholarship goes, like knowing what you're talking about. And it's one thing to think you know what you talk about. It's another thing to document it, show it, and prove it so that it stands on its own merit and doesn't even really need your help. Then you've done your job for yourself and for anybody else who wants to know, right? Can you imagine if we were told the truth from the very, very beginning? What would our lives be like? What would be the quality of our lives? Perhaps we could focus on other things to add more meaning to our life. There goes the buzzword, right? But instead, we have to unravel, we have to spend an inordinate amount of time. Well, for those of us who care, we have to spend an inordinate amount of time unraveling the yarn or unpeeling the onion of deceit, right? What I call the stinky onion of deceit, right? I actually just made that up just now, but I like that. We have to peel back the layers of the stinky onion of deceit. And so that's what we're going to do here today. Okay. I'm controlling myself. Don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat. Don't look at, because I want to look at the chat so I can respond to something. I don't know. I love interacting with the people, but let's get it on. It's good to pump it. So, dear pastor, did the worship of goddess Isis influence early Christianity? Okay. So, 1 second. I have to see something here for a second because there's something. Yes. Okay. I have it. It's in here. Okay, great. So I'm like, where's it at? I know I put it in here. Okay. So here we go. We're going to read from the back, the reverse side of the book. Okay. Again, the title is Isis in the Ancient World by R.E. Witt, Queen Mary College, London University, Johns Hopkins University Press. Okay. And so we're going to read from the reverse of the book and see what it says. It says, let me make sure my mic is on. And there's people like, there's no sound, and I have to redo it again. I'm not doing that. Okay. So it says, worship of the Egyptian goddess Isis dates as far back as 2500 BC and extended at least until the 5th century AD throughout the Roman world. The importance of her cult is attested to in Apuleius' Golden Ass. Okay? This is the book, The Golden Ass. Okay? That book, do I mention it? Yes, I do. That book, just to let you know, The Golden Ass was written in, I think, the 2nd century BC, the 2nd century CE. Okay? The Golden Ass was written in the 2nd century CE. Here it is, published by Oxford World Classics, right? And the author is Apuleius, okay? Or Apuleius, okay? And the person who writes about him, or who writes about the book, is St. Augustine of Hippo, okay? St. Augustine, one of the early church fathers, one of the early church fathers of the church, he wrote about the book, and he wrote about the author. He wrote about what the author said in the book. That book was written about a century or more than a century before he was born. That book was written more than a century before St. Augustine was even born. And that's how we know about the book, because he speaks about it at length. He was very concerned about it, and he should have been. Not only that, he was influenced by Apuleius as well. And for those who don't know that, I have the documentation for that. So let's read this again. Worship of the Egyptian goddess Isis dates as far back as 2500 BC. You need to lock that in your mind, right? We're not even 2,500 years. No, we're not. Like, we've just now gotten to the 2000 point, right? From BC times, right? What do you mean, 2022, right? So that distance is further from the beginning of BC times than we are from BC times. That's how long ago that was, all right? Before the Christian era or before the Common Era, okay? Worship of the Egyptian goddess Isis dates as far back as 2500 BCE or BC, and extended at least until the 5th century AD throughout the Roman world. The importance of her cult is attested to in Apuleius' Golden Ass, and evidence of its influence has been found in places as far apart as Afghanistan and Portugal, the Black Sea, and northern England. The first study to document the extent and complexity of the cult's influence on Greco-Roman and early Christian culture. So we've just had it documented that the cult of Isis and Horus says right here, the first study to document, because this is about documentation, the first study to document the extent and complexity of the cult's influence on Greco-Roman and early Christian culture. Okay? So early Christian culture was apparently influenced by the cult of Isis and Horus. We have that documented right there. Okay? R.E. Witt's acclaimed ISIS in the ancient world. So just to let you know, that's what made this book important. It's the first study of its kind. There was no study such as this before this book was written. That's why it is a classic. And I highly recommend it to anybody who wants it. And remember, the link is in the description. Please use the links provided in the description so that the show, the platform, the broadcast, the platform Hieroglyph can benefit from that acquisition. So, in other words, you can support the platform by using my links. So here we go. Okay. So first things first, because when it comes to this question of Christianity and the Black community, see, we're not just talking about Christianity, we're talking about Christianity and the Black community, okay, and its relevance and meaning and importance. So one of the things that I spoke about in the last broadcast, so that broadcast is going to really support, that last broadcast that I did about intellectual legacy, it's really going to support this broadcast today, because the things that I spoke about in that broadcast are relevant to what we're talking about now. And one of the things that we spoke about, that I spoke about, was that Christianity was a multicultural undertaking and endeavor. Okay? And therefore, because of that, it could not serve the purposes of Black or African hegemony in the scholastic world. Couldn't. You have to remember the way power works. If you understand the laws of power, power concedes nothing without the man, nor does it share. That's not how power works. It is a concentrated, it has a concentrated nature. Okay, the nature of the thing itself. That's why it is power. Okay. Power ultimately diffused is basically logical conclusion is powerlessness. All right, that's the opposite end of the spectrum. And so, therefore, multiculturalism, which is a form of diffusion, believe it or not, it could not serve the purposes of Black or African hegemony when it came to reclaiming our own minds and restoring our African minds. Okay. Which, for those of us in our right minds, for those Black people who are in their right minds, we understand that restoring our African minds is part of our own personal healing process. If you haven't been taught that, then shame on the person who raised you and shame on the people who educated you, because you were supposed to be told that from young. That is part of your healing process during this human experience. If you, if you don't care about being restored to what you originally were, culturally, racially, worldview, ideology, so forth and so on, then that's your personal prerogative. But there are those of us who place great value on that. And for those of us who do, no explanation is really needed, right? So the real question was, and when you listen to these pastors talk about, these Black pastors talk about the Black involvement or the African involvement of Christianity, one of the first things they say is, because you got to remember, they're talking to a multicultural audience. They always have to put that clause in there that we're not trying to blacken Christianity. We're not trying to make it more African or something like that. We're not trying to make it an African thing. But then they want to talk about the Black contributions, and they go into Athanasius, and they go into Augustine, and Tertullian, and Cyprian, and all of that stuff, right? They go into Arius as well, okay? And so that said, the fact remains is that Christianity is a multicultural affair. So the question is, well, and remember, we were talking about intellectual legacy, which is the very reason that ancient Egypt was put back on the table for us in modern times by our scholars, by scholars stemming from our community. Started even with Du Bois, the first Black man to graduate, W.E.B. Du Bois, the first Black man to graduate from Harvard, right? as well as many other very important luminaries, scholarly luminaries. William Leo Hansberry, another Black Harvard University graduate. These people put ancient Egypt at the forefront for us to understand our history, our intellectual legacy. And it became important because our intellectual prowess in the culture that we live in the environment that we live in, is constantly under attack. It's constantly under attack. There is the prevailing worldview, particularly in the West, that Black people, people of African descent, inherently have a lower IQ than white people and or Asians. And so, and this is taught in academic institutions. And when it's not taught, in many respects, it is believed. And so how can you fight and combat for your children and for your community when you don't know what you're up against? So if you don't understand that this is really the nature of the argument, not whether Christianity is Black or not, but whether Christianity could suffice to defend our African intellectual legacy, right? Not whether or not if we were going to live forever after we die, right? Because after you die, you don't have to concern yourself with earthly affairs. But while we are here as responsible people, we concern ourselves with earthly affairs. And so in redeeming Black collegiates, Black university students, in redeeming their intellectual dignity, it was necessary for our scholars to dig back into our historical coffers, if you will, and pull out and pull front and center, hey, look, this is who we are as a race. We're somebody as a race. This is who we are as a race. This is what we've done as a race, coming from the continent from which we come from. So if we're going to talk about who's inherently and naturally intellectually inferior, don't put us in that conversation because it doesn't apply to us. Christianity could not do that for us. Telling people that Jesus is my Lord and Savior, that has no place in that conversation. Well, actually, truthfully speaking, it does. But when I show you how it does, it's actually going to prove our point. The point of the Kemetic community. It's not, and it's going to fly in the face of the perspective of the Christian community. Why? Because they don't know or understand and or are not literate in the intellectual legacy of Christianity. They're not. They're not. They're not, or they work overtime to hide it and to explain it away. Trust me. And one of the dangers about reading Western scholarship on the origins on Christian origins, one of the dangers of that is many of these scholars, quote unquote scholars, who are New Testament scholars or Christian origin scholars, they're undercover Christians. And so their scholarship, they try to pretend to be objective. No, they still believe in Jesus as God and this, that, and the third. But they just try to take a more distant approach so that they can appear to be objective. And they're not. So I would say, particularly in modern times, depending on who you're reading, believe almost nothing that you're told about Christianity. That's just as a general rule of thumb. Because when you see the things that I'm going to show you, you're going to see this, you have to take everything with a grain of salt when you're speaking to a Christian. Okay? Matter of fact, grain of salt, some pepper, some ketchup, a few other things. You got to put a whole lot of stuff on there to make what they're saying palatable when it comes to truth. So let's look at the Isiac religion. Okay? So the question is, was it multicultural? And eventually it did become multicultural and universal, no question about it. But inherently, was it an African faith? Because that's what we were looking for in the 80s and the 90s, to put on the table our unique intellectual and spiritual contribution to the world, where we required no help from any white person, whether they were blonde, brunette, Mediterranean, not Mediterranean, no, nothing. In other words, us on our own. as Black people, as Africans. This is who we are. This is what we've done. This is what we believe. This is how we see the world. And this is an expression of it. Okay. So now we're going to ask the question, is the Isiac religion an African faith? Can we document it as African? Okay. Because, you know, the modern Egyptians, they don't subscribe to the term African. Okay. They're Egyptian, and that's it. They live in this, they live in this imaginary bubble where they think Egypt is cut off from the rest of Africa. Okay. So that's another broadcast. So and that's why I'm glad this question was asked and answered in the text. Is the Isiac or the Isiac religion an African faith? Well, let's see what Dr. Witt says. Okay. Isis in the Ancient World, R.E. Witt, Queens Mary College, London University. Okay. Let's see what the book says. Let's see what the text says. An African-born faith. Isis was all things to all men. This is what made her so formidable a foe. Oh, this is important. This is what made her so formidable a foe to Jesus and ecumenical Paul. Did you hear that? Isis was all things to all men. This is what made her so formidable a foe to Jesus and ecumenical Paul. Now, this is important because what I want Christians to understand is that you Bible believers, part of the reason that you believe what you believe is because you don't understand the ancient world. You're completely ignorant about it. And you go and get a poor Sunday school education every single Sunday, and you think you're being educated about the ancient world. When you are literally, I'm going to use this term, I don't like to use it in a mean-spirited sense, but you've been made stupid about the ancient world. That means you're ignorant. There's a big block there, big stone building you can't see past. And so looking at what we're going to look today, you're going to get a much greater understanding of the truth about the ancient world and these religions in it, particularly Christianity and its relationship to the older religions that it stole from, took from, appropriated for itself, and then lied about it and taught its followers to lie about it afterwards. This is important. I look at it like this. Don't tell me you love God, but you hate truth. Because then you're lying about one of these. Right? You love God, right? But you hate truth. You can't, unless that's a rule in your religion, it's okay to love God but hate the truth, right? If you love God and God is purportedly the truth, I am the way, the truth, and the light, then you got to love the truth, right? The truth is not limited. If you think truth is limited to one particular thing or one text or something like that, then you're really a silly goose, okay? So let's continue. So Isis was a foe to Jesus and ecumenical Paul in the ancient world. Okay. During the formative centuries of Christianity, the religion of Isis was drawing converts to it from every corner of the Roman Empire. Her priests were dedicated missionaries. See, so you guys thought that Christians were the only ones that had missionaries. No. All of these religions had missionaries back in the ancient world. That's why when people tell you that there's something unique about Christianity, remember I said, don't believe anything about Christianity coming from a Christian, because they know the least about Christianity, because they're trapped in the biblical narrative. So they know the least about the actual history of the religion. And so Isis had missionaries too that would go places and convince people to convert, to Isis worship. Okay. So during the formative centuries of Christianity, the religion of Isis was drawing converts to it from every corner of the Roman Empire. Her priests were dedicated missionaries, like soldiers crusading on hallowed service. In Italy itself, the Egyptian faith was a dominant force. Okay, so that would be right over. So this is Africa. Italy would be right across the Mediterranean over here. Okay, this is where Italy would be. And the African religion of Isis, the African worship of Isis, was the dominant religion in Italy. So, but let's be clear on that. Okay. Plutarch. So we're talking about the 1st century CE. When he set about writing his essay on Isis and Osiris, he had the task of weaving a systematic theology out of the odds and ends of Egyptian mythology. That he should have used that as the basis for his own particular Platonic philosophy witnesses to the importance of this what? African-born faith in the 2nd century AD. So let's stop for a second. So when we're talking about the worship of Isis, let's be clear. Very, very clear. So people can understand where we're coming from. When you're talking about the worship of Isis, you are talking about an African-born faith. It was not born in the Middle East. It was not born in Palestine. It was not born in Bethlehem. It was not born in Jerusalem. It was not born in Arabia. It was not born in the Bronx. It was not born in Compton. It was not born in Australia. It was not born in China or Japan. The worship of Isis was an African-born faith. So let's be clear on that before we move forward. That's documented for you. Okay? Just so we're very clear on that. Okay? That is that Plutarch should have used Egyptian mythology to create his version of Egyptian theology. That he should have used that as the basis for his own particular Platonic philosophy witnesses to the importance of this African-born faith in the 2nd century AD. That's page 20 and 21, chapter 1. Now page 24 from chapter 1 says, to follow the transformation of what began, you hear this? What began as a purely African faith into a world religion. To follow the transformation of what began as a purely African faith into what? A world religion. Stop. Because one thing I've learned when I'm teaching people, that I have to go slow because they will not understand. People always fail to realize how much they understand, how much they don't understand. So we're talking about a purely African faith. If it's a purely African faith, the first conclusion we need to come to is that it came from a purely African people, not a mixed people like you see in Egypt today, not a miscegenated people. It came from a purely African people. How do we know? Because as is documented in front of us, it was a purely African religion, faith. It was a purely African faith. Okay? The second thing that we saw, which is important, is that it became a world religion. It became a world religion to follow the transformation of what began as a purely African faith into a world religion. That's highlighted. Why is that highlighted? Because if the faith, the purely African faith of Isis became a world religion, that means it was a Catholic religion. It was a universal religion. It was the first form of Catholicism. So you cannot talk, because Catholic means universal. That's all it means. So the worship of Isis was a Catholic religion before Christianity. There was no Christianity in the world when the worship of Isis, or the faith of Isis, the purely African-born faith of Isis was a Catholic religion. There was no Christianity. So let's be clear on that. Let's be clear on that. I only speak from the documentation. This is not my opinion. This is not Shakka-Ahmose's perspective or opinion. This is what this is reflected in the documentation. If you have a problem with the documentation, you can take your butt to Johns Hopkins University Press. You could take your butt to Queen's Mary, London University, right? You can go over there and you can tell them, I don't like what you're teaching. I don't like the fact that you're educating people. You can go over there and tell them that you have a problem with education. Okay? So, all right. So for you pastors out there, right? The first Catholic religion was not Christianity. The first Catholic religion, I should say for you priests out there, certainly for you bishops and apostles, the first Catholic religion was not Christianity. It was the purely born African faith of Isis. Okay? To be very clear on that. They had missionaries and everything. Where do you think the Christians learned it from? Okay? So let's go. Okay, let's continue. So to follow the transformation of what began as a purely African faith into a world religion, as Isis became first Greek, this is after her being African, she became Greek and then Greco-Roman. It's a complicated and yet fascinating task to follow that evolution. How the gospel of Isis, everybody repeat after me. The gospel of Isis. That's not Shakka-Ahmose. Say it out loud. I want you to hear the sound coming from your mouth. The gospel of Isis. Because these Christians act like they're the only ones that had a gospel. Where do you think you got the idea from to have a gospel? The idea didn't fall out of the sky from God. The idea came about because people were looking around at what the dominant religions were doing, and they had to use that model. So where do you get the idea from a gospel from? Because the pre-existing gospel was the gospel of Isis. What was her gospel? The problem is that you have too many people speaking about things that they don't know about and don't understand. Their relationship to time is dysfunctional. It's compromised because they're historically illiterate. All right, you will never meet anyone more historically illiterate than a Christian pastor. The most ignorant people you will ever meet, ever. That's why so many. That's why so many of them run from me. You know you do. You know you do. I'm getting used to the taste of water again because I stopped drinking water for a few months. And I want to reverse that process. So I have to be careful. I told you, sitting in these chairs for hours, you got to be careful with your back. You know? So let's get it. And I'm going slow because you have too many people that really don't know how to teach. And when you teach, it's very important to get salient points across so that it's understood, it's established. Okay? So, where are we? So we're talking about the gospel of Isis. How the gospel of Isis, like that of Jesus, found its way into Europe is a question that no historian of civilization can afford to disregard. Isis in the Greco-Roman world demands our closer attention. So just like the gospel of Jesus through Paul's teaching went into Europe via Greece and this place and that place, right? Isis's religion preceded, her gospel preceded the gospel of Jesus. So all the gospel of Jesus did was copycat. Oh, you going into Europe, Isis? I'm going into Europe. That's all it did. That's all it did. The more you look at this, all you're going to see is copycat after copycat. You know, anything you can do, I can do better. That's what it really came down to, okay? So we have to stop lying to ourselves about these things, especially when the documentation is speaking for itself, all right? Let's continue. So, about to get good, people. So, I mentioned this brother. I think I mentioned him in my last broadcast. I'm pretty sure I did. I did, because it said attention, Pastor Mason. Pastor Eric Mason. So this is Pastor Eric Mason of Epiphany Fellowship Church in Philadelphia. And he is a staunch, he is a how can I put it? A stalwart urban apologist who I actually like as a person. See, when you do what we do, although a lot of us focus on the differences, we really have much more in common. Like, he's passionate about teaching people. I'm passionate about teaching people. He's invested great resources, time, and energy into learning about his faith. And I've just been studying for well over 30 years, right? And he hasn't been studying that long, trust me. Okay. And we're interested in what people believe, right? He's interested in what people believe. I'm interested in what people. So those of us who engage in this kind of discourse, we have more in common with each other than we do with people who are not interested in this stuff. So, and let me just say for the record, I don't call him doctor, even though he has a doctor of divinity. I don't look at those as. Well, it depends on who's holding it, right? He has a wonderful family, beautiful, beautiful family, has a beautiful church, and I actually like the urban apologetic community because they care about these things. You know, I have more respect for Christians who fight hard to protect their religion, even though their facts are all wrong. I have more respect for them than I do for people who are not interested at all and just are focused on what I consider to be, at least to me, from my worldview, meaningless, irrelevant things, you know? So shout out to the urban apologist community. Shout out to Pastor Eric Mason. Hopefully your Christian forgiveness can be forgiving with me tearing you a new one in a number of these broadcasts that I'm going to be doing, because he is really in that community. He's a focal point, and he reaches a lot of people through his publications. I highlighted one of his books in my last broadcast, Urban Apologetics, which I have, as I've shown you, which I've read a portion of, which I don't recommend. At least not if you want to study about ancient Kemet. If you want to study about the nature of, or the relationship between the gospel, the Christian gospel, and I'll give you an example. There's an article in his book, Urban Apologetics, where they talk about Kemeticism versus the gospel. But they don't even, now look at that. Look how they frame it. Kemeticism versus the gospel. Not realizing that the gospel of Isis pre-exists the gospel of Christianity, the gospel of Jesus. So what do you mean Kemeticism first versus the gospel? Kemeticism was the original gospel. That's my whole point. When you're historically illiterate, you say things that are meaningless. You say things that are actually gobbledygook. We used to use that word many years ago, gobbledygook. Nonsensical. It doesn't make historical sense. That's because you're unread, you're not well learned, you're miseducated, and the only thing that you can do is miseducate other people. That's the only thing a miseducated person can do. Unless you want me to reread it for you because you think I'm making it up. Here, let's see this again. Okay, here we go. Right, just because he likes to tell. What does it say here? How the gospel. Oh, let's go. You know my PowerPoint loves to jump. My PowerPoint be nervous. My PowerPoint be like, uh-oh. My PowerPoint be as nervous as I am, right? How the gospel of Isis, like that of Jesus, found its way into Europe. So Dr. Witt is talking about the gospel of Isis. He's not talking about the gospel of Isis because he's an ignorant man. He didn't become a professor at Queen's Mary College. Was Queen's Mary? Is it Queen? I'm always saying it wrong. Is it Queen's? Let me go back and look at it. It's because I don't like getting things like that wrong. I like to be as accurate as I possibly can. So let me just make sure I got it right. It's Queen's Mary College. Yes, that's what. Yes, it is. It is Queen's Mary College. That's why I call it QMC. So it's Queen's Mary College, London University. Okay. All right. There we go. Because I think they have various colleges, and Queen's Mary College is one of the colleges that are affiliated with, or is a subset of London University. Okay. So I just wanted to get that out there. All right. It is a branch of, a subset of, an affiliate of. Okay. A college of. All right. So Queen's Mary College is a college of London University. So, so yeah, he didn't get to be a professor, a full professor. In fact, he didn't get to be a full professor at London University because he was stupid or because he didn't know what he was talking about. Okay. So here we go. We're going to bring them back up and continue talking about this gospel of Isis, okay? And how it demands our closer attention, right? So, Pastor Eric Mason, this is what he said. One thing I don't do, and the reason why I do it this way is I don't like to be accused of putting words in people's mouths. I don't do that. I don't put words in people's mouths. I address what you actually say. Okay? I address what you actually say. Because everything with me is documentation. If you said it, then you need to be held accountable for it. If this is what you're teaching people, you need to be called on it. If you're teaching people incorrectly, and if you're miseducating the Black community, Pastor Eric Mason, by your ignorance and your historical illiteracy, then you need to be called on it. Because if I was to contact you privately, Pastor Eric Mason, and send you the correct information, you wouldn't stand corrected. You would just use it to try to find information to combat it. Because you're an apologist. You're not interested in the documented facts. You're interested in defending your beliefs, whether your beliefs are fact-based or not. And in fact, your beliefs are not fact-based. That's why it's a faith. That's why you call it a faith, right? Fact is not a synonym for faith. Okay, so you're not interested. So that's why I don't do that. I don't take that approach. I don't hit you up and like in the DM and like, hey, Pastor Mason, here's some facts you might want to know so you can stop miseducating your. I saw how you addressed Dr. Salim Faraj on your own page. It was disgusting and disrespectful, and I was actually shocked that you even addressed that man that way. But this is somebody whose education is far beyond your own, and you had no respect speaking to him. So I don't think that you're anyone that needs to be particularly respected in this context. Okay, in fact, not at all. To be quite honest, I have no respect for you. I have no respect for Pastor Eric Mason in this context, in the context of scholarship. Okay. Because that's what I stick to. I'm not really interested in anything else. If you're interested in something else, go to another channel, go talk about it with somebody. I'm not interested. All right. Okay. So I'm going to judge you on the merit of what you said, because this is what you're teaching people. And you said it publicly. So lately he's gone to, hold on. Let's move forward. So this is what he said. This is a quote. So they'll say Horus was born of a virgin. No documentation of that. That's not Shakka-Ahmose. That's not Shakka-Ahmose didn't say that. My brother Sanetta did not say that. You know, Martin Luther King certainly did not say that. Okay, in fact, Martin Luther King Jr. said the opposite. PhD Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said the opposite. He documents it. Okay? He documents the worship of Isis, the Great Virgin. So, Pastor Eric Mason says there's no documentation of Horus being born of a virgin. In other words, Isis was not worshipped as a virgin, and that there's no documentation of it. That's what he's saying to you. That's what he's teaching his congregation in his church. Now, last time I checked, his church is in the hood, Black community. Our community, that's us. So if you're going to go and address our community, then we have the right to address our community and the responsibility and obligation to say, no congregation, no community. This man is lying to you. And why do we accept it? If it's not okay for politicians to come into our community and lie to us, then what makes you think it's okay for pastors to come into our communities and lie to us? Especially when they're taking our resources. People don't put money in the plate. People don't invest in the church. Of course they do. So what makes you think, Pastor Eric Mason, that you have the right to come into the Black community, any Black community, and lie to the people and think that you're not supposed to be addressed and corrected publicly? Because if you tell the lie publicly, why should you be corrected in private? That's not fair to the people who witnessed the lie. Okay? And who were subjected to the lie. So this is what he said. So they'll say Horus was born of a virgin, no documentation of that. Now, remember I told you, I don't put words in people's mouths because people will be like, Shaka, did he really say that? Right? That's what you'll ask me. You'll be like, Shaka, did he really say that? How do we know he really said that? Well, we're going to let the man say it in his own voice. Okay? Is that fair? Do you think, hold on, let me see the chat. I want you guys to go in the chat and tell me, do you think it's fair that we hear him in his own words? Huh? Go in the chat. Do you want to hear him say it out loud? Tell me. I want to see if we have audience participation. Do you want to hear him say it out loud that there's no documentation of Isis being worshipped as a virgin? Anybody? Does anybody? If you want to hear him say it out loud, just put yes in the chat. If you don't want to hear and you don't care, then put no in the chat. I'm just going to say this. I like to have a little, I haven't had fun with the chat at all during this broadcast, so I want to have a little bit of fun. I'm waiting. Let's go, people. If you want to hear him say it out loud. Oh, we got yes. Oh, who's this? All right, Kareem said yes, of course. And we know, I wish we had more Black females watching because there are too many of our Black females in these churches that are still believing this Bible nonsense and this Christian narrative. So, here we go. Okay. Somebody said that. I want to hear him. Right? Okay. Raymond says he wants to hear the pastor say it because they're going to lie and say they didn't say it. All right. Kaba said he want to hear him say it. Okay. Mama Isis definitely want to hear him say it. Okay. All right. Ramesu wants to hear him say it. All right. Well, Pastor, they want to hear you say it. This way, you can't say that I lied. All right. Done with it wants to hear him say it. Adrian wants to hear him say it. Damar wants to hear him say it. So they want to hear you say it. Wayne wants to hear you say it. Kareem wants to hear you say it. Jordan wants to hear you say it. They want receipts, right? Rams wants receipts, right? Gordon wants receipts. Nell wants receipts. O'Neal wants receipts. Okay? Shaka G wants receipts. They want to hear you, right? Hey, Ali said that's fair. So we got to do it. Okay, we got to let them hear you tell that lie. Okay, you made it public, so you might as well stand by it. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. Everybody, here comes the lie. Stop. Let me just, I clicked on the wrong one. That's coming later. The first one that I showed you, that's coming further down. Don't worry. But we're gonna hear him lie right now. Okay. He said there's no documentation. My thing is, why would you stand up in front of a congregation or in front of anybody and make a public discourse and say something that can be so easily disproven? I don't understand. You got to be desperate. You got to be really desperate to tell a lie like that, because you realize that you could be made to look really stupid if it's publicly displayed that you lied. Or if not stupid, deceitful and dishonest and misleading, which I think is more sinister. I can accept stupid and ignorant, historically illiterate. What I can't accept is misleading and deceitful and dishonest, being a liar. You always say the devil is a liar. So if you lie, what does that make you, Pastor Mason? That makes you a disciple of who? If you're lying. And if you're not lying, that means you didn't know. And if you didn't know, that means you're historically illiterate and ignorant, which means you shouldn't be speaking about things you don't know about. It's got to be one or the other. So let's hear this lie.
So they'll say Horus was born of a virgin, no documentation of that.
Oh, you don't think he said it? 3, 2, 1, again.
So they'll say Horus was born of a virgin, no documentation of that.
Yeah. So we got to deal with this. I personally have had it up to here. I like really up to here with these silly people who call out of our communities and neighborhoods who have no education about things that they want to speak expertly about. You heard him. I didn't put it in his mouth. I'm not lying on him. I'm not making something up. You heard him. Okay? You heard him. Uh-oh, it just got interesting. Yeah, because nobody calls these pastors to task for what they do. They should have known this was a long time coming. I wasn't going to wait for them to invite me to a debate, because I started to realize they won't ever invite me. At least Damon Richardson had the balls to invite me. That would have been suicide for him. But at least he had the balls to do it. Right? We just couldn't agree on a particular topic. Right? He felt he knew what topics he wanted to debate. I wanted to be more refined in my approach. If we're going to do it, then let's do it for real. Let's not play with something because you think you're well versed in it. No. It's about, let's go to the meat of the matter. So the meat of the matter here, right? The meat of the matter here is the meat of the matter here is, why are these pastors lying to their congregation? Why are Black pastors continuing to lie to the Black community? Do you think that we are so ineffective and so weak in our knowledge that we're not going to confront you straight up? Can you imagine if this was on a stage, if this presentation that I'm giving was actually being done in debate form on a stage? Oh my God, it would be ugly. For him, it would be ugly. But you heard it. You heard him, his own voice. In fact, you saw him. Let's make it deeper. Let's make it deeper. You saw him. You didn't just hear him. You saw him say it. That's a big deal. So after today, Pastor, there's no Shout out, happy birthday, a solar return to our newest what we gonna call him? To our newest what the hell? To our newest Abet. Abet means family. All right. To the Nile Valley Movement family. The newest member to the Nile Valley Movement, Abet. Brother Malcolm in Wisconsin. Y'all call it Wisconsin. I call it Wisconsin. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. A happy 21st birthday to you, my brother. Yeah, it's wonderful to know that we got young people, by the way, who are really watching. Listen to what I'm telling you. Don't take it for granted. Young people are really, really watching and getting the knowledge. This man is 21 years old today. And this is how he's spending his birthday, getting educated. So he can educate other young people around him. That's how it works. And at 21 years old, he just saw this grown man, a pastor with a congregation, stand up there and tell that bold-faced lie.
So they'll say Horus was born of a virgin, no documentation of that.
He said it. No documentation that Horus was born of a virgin. Okay. Let's do the work. That's what we're here for. Let's do the work. No documented reference to goddess Isis as a virgin. That's what he said. No documentation. Pastor Eric Mason, Epiphany Fellowship Church, Philadelphia, PA. That's what you said. That's what you said. The Isiac virgin birth. The Isiac virgin birth. If you want to say the Isiac, the Isiac, doesn't really matter. They're both correct. Okay? The Isiac virgin birth. Okay? Let's deal with it. Let's address it for once and for all. So any Christians have any questions, and if you have to deal with a lying pastor, a pastor who is lying to you in your church, just come talk to me and we'll set him straight or her straight publicly. No more getting this, no more of this private stuff. From now on, moving forward, 2022 forward, any and all pastors that lie about the relationship to Christianity to the religion of ancient Egypt and the faith of ancient Egypt, you are going to be addressed publicly. You are going to be admonished and corrected publicly and highlighted. We are going to contact your church members and ask, why are you supporting a pastor who lies to you? Is that what you're paying for? If the man should at least come into church and tell the truth. That's a nice church. I've seen it. State of the art. Yes. He got the beginnings of a mega church going. I feel you, bro. Look, I'm not mad at the business venture. What you really need to do is contact me, and I'll tell you how to do that business venture right. Y'all make some real money and teach people the truth at the same time and keep them Christian. I can show you how to do it. But you don't have enough knowledge in your little head to do it. Hit me up. I'll show you how to teach them the truth and allow them to remain Christian. But it will be Christian in its truthful context. And it's aligned with the historical facts. So it doesn't have to be antagonistic toward the religion of ancient Egypt or to subscribe to ancient Egypt. In fact, most people who subscribe to the faith or the worldview or the ideology of ancient Egypt or the truth of ancient Egypt, they're not really hostile towards Christianity. They're hostile towards Christians because Christians lie about Christianity. There's a difference, okay? As we're going to see. He just said there's no documentation. You see the quote right there? That's why I left it. Okay? Here we go. Let's read. Because this is documentation. That's what, if you go back, it said earlier. Let's go back. Let's go back. Hold on a second. Because we're using our words carefully, right? Hold on. Let me make sure. Right? Hold on. One second. There's a particular word that I'm looking for. Okay? Right here. This is the first study to what? Document. You said there's no documentation, so we're documenting it. This is the first study to document the extent and complexity of the cult's influence on early Christianity or Christian culture. Now, if you want to differentiate between Christianity and Christian culture, that's fine. I got no problem with that. To me, they're one and the same. I don't make that distinction. I think that's a false distinction. And the one thing that you will find that these people like to do, these Christians, they like to make false distinctions or what they call splitting hairs. And that's where they always mess up. Like when he said, when Pastor Eric Mason said, there's a difference between celebrating your ancestors and acknowledging your ancestors. And I proved that to be false. I proved it to be false. So let's look at the documentation. Okay, Pastor? Let's look at what the documentation says, because we're documenting this now via a Johns Hopkins University, Queen's Mary College, London University publication. All right? In the land of the living, the throne of the Pharaoh was everlasting like the Nile itself. She who bore the Pharaoh, who gave him his power with her milk, and who was the mother throne, who was personified by Aset. Okay? Isis, or if you really want to pronounce it correctly, Isi, or you would say the word easy, like easy come, easy go, easy, because the correct phonetic pronunciation of the original term would be ase, and the Greeks corrupted it to easy. Okay, you have to understand the orthography between the languages, the orthographical language, the orthographical relationship between the language. Okay, Aze, almost like Ashe, right? Aze, or easy, or today we say Isis in Latinized orthography. Isis, as she was named by the Greeks. Okay, she was the goddess portrayed in the Book of the Dead. So we know what goddess we're talking about. She was portrayed in the Book of the Dead. So we know we're talking about the African goddess Aset, or Ase, or Isi, Isis. Okay? She was portrayed in the Book of the Dead with her feet on the prow of the solar bark and with her everlasting arms outstretched, reciting her magic spells. Now, he said there's no documentation. Let's look at what documentation Dr. Witt refers to. He's not referring to any 19th century Egyptomania literature. He's referring to what? The pyramid text. Primary evidence. The pyramid text. That's primary evidence. Already in a pyramid text, she was known as the Great Isis. She could feel the pangs of grief at the murder of her brother husband Osiris. She could make him endure and live. Death itself she never suffered. She was indeed herself concerned with the resurrection of the dead. One of the most sublime deifications of motherhood. And yet, in the Osiris hymn called what? I want everybody watching this to put these last 3 words in the chat. Because the pastor said there was no documentation of her being a virgin. But Dr. Witt tells us in the Osiris hymn, she's called the Great Virgin. Boom. A Sonetta bomb drop. Boom. I love them drops when he does that. When somebody drops a fact and he goes, nuclear, right? I can do it. I can do that. I just figured out. Yeah, we're going to have some fun. Sonetta, I'm taking that. We're going to be dropping bombs on here because I love that. I really enjoy that. So we're going to call them Sonetta bombs just to give credit, okay? We're going to drop Sonetta bombs when we introduce facts. So we just got our first documentation, okay? As you all can see, I'm drinking a lot of water and I'm becoming very uncomfortable. So if you see me rocking back and forth, it's for a reason. So I'm going to leave this on the screen so you can read that page for yourself. And I will be right back. I'm going to take a station break. Okay. Okay. I'm back, people. I got tired of rocking back and forth. I really did. I got tired of rocking back and forth. I was like, look, you're drinking all that water, bro. Stop rocking back and forth. So in any event, I did leave it on the screen for you guys to be able to read and see for yourself. And so that, because he said, right? Y'all heard him. He said it. No documentation. Then what is this? You don't read? Eric Mason, pastor, you don't read? Or do you lie on purpose? That's the real question. That's the question we should ask you. That's a $2,400 or $1 million question we should ask you. If you were sitting here and I had you on camera, I would ask you, is it that you don't read or you just mislead people on purpose? It's got to be one or the other. You either don't read and you're not well read, you're historically illiterate, or Pastor Mason, Eric Mason, you're historically illiterate or you're misleading people on purpose. Which one is it? You're lying on purpose. Which one is it? It can only be one or the other. Okay? So let's continue. So she's referred to as the Great Virgin. In the Osiris hymn, she's called the Great Virgin. One of the most sublime deifications of motherhood, and yet in the Osiris hymn called the Great Virgin. That's chapter 1, page 15. Okay? And by the way, for certain classrooms, this is a required textbook. Whether you know that or not, Pastor Mason. This is a required textbook. So you know how stupid you would look telling somebody on Sunday there's no documentation of it, and then they go to school the next day and they're looking at the documentation? How intelligent, how historically informed do you think you would look, Pastor Mason? Her college professor is clearly telling her, yes, documented it for her, that Isis was referred to as the Great Virgin. Okay? So you're lucky I'm not doing my scoreboards, because I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to start adding my scoreboards. Every time I drop a fact that shows you to be the liar that you are, I'm going to put a score. So I want you to imagine a scoreboard in your mind for the rest of this presentation. So far, I got a big 1. You got this, 0. Okay? All right. And don't say it's not a competition, because if you think it's not a competition, you don't understand what apologetics is. That's exactly what it is. Okay? Hold on. Tighten my microphone up. I don't know how it got loose like that. Okay. Okay, people. So let's continue. The examples quoted of Marian, let me say this. The examples quoted of Marian Epiclesis in Latin and Greek are enough to prove the continuity of the Archaeological tradition. Now, I'm going to stop. This is why I go slow. The reason I go slow is that if someone is teaching you, but they're not increasing your vocabulary, guess what? They're not teaching you. Okay? They're not teaching you. You're not being taught properly. Part of the reason that you don't know the things that you should know is because your vocabulary is too limited. If you're hanging around people that only know as much as you, and their vocabulary is as limited as yours, what makes you think you're going to learn? What makes you think you're learning anything? You're pretty much, you're stagnant. You're not evolving in your knowledge. So we're going to look at these 2 words, okay? Epiclesis and aretology, okay? We're going to look at them so we know what we're talking about. You don't just rush over things. That's why people stay ignorant. The examples quoted of Marian Epiclesis in Latin and Greek are enough to prove the continuity of the aretological tradition. Well, this is really important. First, let's see what the epiclesis is. Well, we can't know. Look, you can't know if it's important or not if you don't know what the hell it means. And the problem with too many black people that you will meet, and I will say this, I guarantee you, watch this. Always ask a black person something. Hey, do you know such and such and such? Like, ask them a word that they've never heard before, and they'll say one of 2 things. I used to know, but I forgot, or I think I do, but people don't like to put their ignorance on Front Street. They don't like for it to be publicly known that they don't know something, or here's the key, don't understand something. Okay? There's no shame in not understanding something. There is shame in pretending that you understand something and then speaking about it like you're an expert, like he does. Like saying there's no documentation of her being referenced as a virgin. There's no documentation at all, right? So if I was going to ask him about the aretology of it, I'd love to know what his response would be. He probably would be like, the ara what? He wouldn't know what I was talking about. He'll pretend that he does, right? One thing you learn about Christians, the 2 words to remember about Christians is hubris and arrogance. And it's always going to be their undoing when it comes to scholarship. Hubris and arrogance. They are theologically arrogant and religiously hubris. Christians. That's why they're so easy to defeat in debates. If they had more respect for knowledge, they do their homework, okay? But they don't. They don't respect it, okay? They have more respect for faith. So, and the worst part is that they don't even understand their own faith. That's the worst part. And the reason they don't understand their own faith, let me explain this to you. The reason they don't understand their own faith is because it's theologically at odds with its narrative. Why is the Christian faith theologically at odds with its narrative? In other words, it says one thing, but it believes something else and practices something else. Why? Because of multiculturalism. You have things that don't belong together shoved into one book. That's why. That's why there's so much confusion. And then what they try to do is through hermeneutics, they try to rationalize it all from the beginning to the end to show you that it's seamless. There's this one intelligent narrative going through from the beginning to the end. That's bullshit. It's forced. It's forced. Of course it's forced. If you know people that understand things like the hypothesis, the documentary hypothesis, JPE, so on and so on, right? The Yahwistic, the so on and so on. They people who deal with biblical exegesis and things of that nature, they know what I'm talking about, right? So, but yeah, no, it's at odds, and we're going to go deep into that. The thing that I'm going to be showing you on this channel is, woo. Hope I get to conclude it. That's what you better hope. Because there's going to be things that I'm going to be showing you that nobody else is going to take the time to show you. They just don't care if you know or not. So I care. And it matters to me. So let's look at Epiclesis. So the first thing, he's talking about the Marian Epiclesis. So we're talking about an epiclesis that is relevant to Mary, the mother of Jesus. So what is an epiclesis, right? The part of the Eucharistic prayer in which the presence of the Holy Spirit is invoked to bless the elements or the communications, or the communicants. All right, I'll read that again. The part of the Eucharistic prayer in which the presence of the Holy Spirit is invoked to bless the elements, or the communicants, right? Take this bread, eat of it as if it was my body. Drink this wine, drink it as if it were my blood. Ritualistic cannibalism. Okay? They call it the Eucharist. Okay? So, and then let's look at erotology. That you're really going to want to look at, all right? Right. Yes. Forgive me. All right. I had a brain freeze. So we're going to look at the erotology, all right? What is erotology? A miracle worker, Theos, Anir, divine man, okay? And stories about him. That's what an erotology is. A miracle worker and the stories about him. A divine man and the stories about him, right? A miracle worker and stories about him comprised an erotology. From arete, virtue, also a manifestation of divine power, miracle, all right? Erotologies, now pay attention, people, because you can't say nobody told you. You have all these questions about Christianity and ancient Egypt, but when somebody's actually teaching you and showing you the inner workings of how this stuff works, all of a sudden you become, duh, I don't know what he said. No, pay attention. Erotologies were, especially you Christians, especially you pastors watching this who think you're going to get something and be like, I got him. No, you couldn't get me if you studied for another 30 years, right? Because you got to catch up. I got a 30-year head start on you, right? Erotologies were frequently used to represent the essential creed and belief of a religious or philosophical movement. So the Gospels are an erotology, okay? The life of Apollonius of Tyana, a Neo-Pythagorean philosopher and wonder worker, transmitted by the Greek writer Philostratus, was widely read. Okay, so they're talking about earlier erotologies. Okay, he was depicted as having performed miracles. Okay, and as being possessed of divine cosmic power, not as an exception, but as an example to men who have the possibility of sharing such power. Okay, I messed up here. I was supposed to confer Matthew 9:8. So I tell you what, rather than skip over it, let's look at Matthew 9:8 and see what Matthew 9:8 says, because it wants us to compare. So Matthew 9:8. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on. Matthew 9:8. Hold on. I'm going to share my screen and show it to you. So don't worry about that. Okay. I'm just looking for, oh, here we go. Bible Gateway. Okay, great. All right. So we're going in. Only takes a second. We're going to see why this is relevant, to Christianity. Matthew 9:8. I think they want to demonstrate something eritological about it. So I'm just looking for the NRSV. Oh, here we go. I'm way off. Here we go. Here we are. NRSV. Cool. All right. So hit enter and let's look and see what it says. Okay. Yes. I don't know why I thought I had put that in the hold on one second. I could have sworn I had put that in the sometimes, you know, I have so many things that I'm working on. I will forget one or two things. So let's look at that. No, I didn't put it in there because I would have put it right there on the next page. Yeah. Okay. So, or I would have put it. Yeah, I would have put it over there, but I didn't put it. So we're gonna look at it now. So it's not a big deal. Okay. So we're looking at eritologies, right? The example quoted of Marian Epiclesis in Latin and Greek, right, are enough to prove the continuity of the eritological tradition. Now we already determined what the epiclesis is. Yes. So let's see. What is the epiclesis? It is the part of the Eucharistic prayer in which the presence of the Holy Spirit is invoked to bless the elements or the communicants, right? The elements of the Eucharist, right? And now we're dealing with eritology. It's a miracle worker, divine man, and stories about them comprise in eritology, right? And then it talks about the life of Apollonius of Tyana. It also talks about blah blah blah, and wonder worker, transmitted by the Greek writer philosophers. So you had Greeks writing about other Greeks, assigning to them almost like a gospel. Okay. And then it says he was depicted as having performed miracles and having been possessed of divine cosmic power, not as an exception, but as an example to men who have the possibility of sharing such power. Okay. So hold on one second. And then it gives you Matthew 8. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go right here and we're going to stop screen sharing. And then we're going to share this screen now because I have Matthew 8 open so we can all see what it means. All right. Share screen. I'm going to go to Matthew 8. Here it is. And I'm going to share my screen. So here you go. Matthew 9:8. Okay. We're in their book. Come on, people. There we go. Oh, it's not going to do that? Okay, no problem. My bad. So I was trying to enlarge my screen because I don't know how small. Well, you can all go to Matthew 9:8 on your own. And this is the example they give. When the crowd saw it, something Jesus did, they were filled with awe, and they glorified God, who had given such authority to human beings. Okay? So let's make sure that they're talking about Jesus. So let's just look at Matthew 9:8. We're going to look at Matthew 9:7. Okay. Here's Matthew 9. Let's go to Matthew 9:7, which is right here. Okay. Right. So Jesus is, so let's read it real fast. But Jesus, perceiving their thoughts, said, why do you think evil in your hearts? For which it's easier to say, so anyway, this is about him healing the paralytic. Okay. And when he healed the paralytic and he finally told the man to get up and walk, and the man walked home after being paralyzed, because it says, and he stood up and went to his home. When the crowd saw it, they were filled with awe, and they glorified God, who had given such authority to human beings. So they were looking at Jesus as a human being who had been given certain powers by God in that text. Okay. Just so we are clear. All right. The key thing is that godly given powers to a human being. And this is what an eritology is talking about. This is what comprises or makes the New Testament an eritology. In other words, it belongs to a certain genre of literature. Okay? It belongs to a certain genre of literature. Now, if you compare the Gospels, if in some of the Gospels, Jesus is not God, only a human being with divine powers who can do miracles, then you're talking about an aretology. When you get to the book of John, and now Jesus is synonymous with God, it's no longer necessarily an aretology. It's now something else. Okay? It's something else. So, which means that the book of John and the other three Gospels are not the same. Okay? Now, or the other two Gospels, the other three are two Gospels, whichever one it is, right? Because there are certain Gospels that agree, and then there are other Gospels that are not synoptic, okay, that are not in agreement, or who don't necessarily parallel theologically. So, back to sharing. Here we go. Man, I wish I had a more effective way of doing this, but I got to deal with the technology. Hey, if I got to deal with the technology, y'all got to deal with the technology. That's just what it is. All right. So here we go. We're back on. Okay. So now we can get back to aretology because this is relevant. Okay. Come on, baby. That's not necessary. Okay. I got to get another mouse or something because this thing is so sensitive. I can breathe on it and it just moves. Okay. So I'm serious. I just breathe on my mouse and it go, oh, next page. That's what you want? Okay. So it says that Apollonius was depicted as having performed miracles and as being possessed of divine cosmic power, not as an exception, but as an example to men who have the possibility of sharing such power. Now we know that the Gospels are an aretology, and it applies to it because what? What did Jesus say? He said, "These things that I do, you shall do, and greater." That is the whole point of that message. It is aretological literature. So you're reading something, you don't even understand the lineage of the literature which it came through. You're listening to some bedtime story from your pastor because he doesn't understand. He's stupid. Your pastor just as stupid as you. That's just, I have to be honest with you. I use, colloquial language, right? Colloquial vernacular. Your pastor is just as stupid as you. So he can't teach you. You're reading aretological literature, meaning that there is nothing unique about it. It's in a family of literature that has its own stories that predate it. So the same thing that was said about Jesus was said about other people. And this is not zeitgeist. This is history. Okay? Either this was said about Apollonius. Who did they reference? So we get the name right. This is either, that's why he wrote The Life of Apollonius of Tyana, right? Who was a Neo-Pythagorean philosopher. Okay? And a wonder worker. And it was transmitted by the Greek writer Philostratus. Okay? So so now your pastor is going to say Philostratus never existed. Then they're going to say Apollonius never existed, or there's extant literature about his life, one transmitted by the other, but he thinks Jesus existed, which is wow, But that's what ignorance does to you. Something as small as that. You're holding up the gospel, you're reading aretological literature, and you don't understand what you're reading. In fact, let me help you out here because I think this will help. Hold on one second. I know visual aids help when you're dealing with people, so give me 1 second. Okay. 1 second. Okay, here we go. All right. I had to reach for something. Okay. My books go pretty high up. So I had to reach. So I have here in my hands. So I'm going to show you this because I think I didn't think to do this first. Okay. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to make sure I have the right one. Visual aids. Because you know what's the first thing they say in church? Open your Bible to such and such page, right? And they don't really do that. It's basically what you get in church is homiletics. People that like to preach. You're not getting any scholarship. You're not being taught. You're having somebody preach to you. Okay. And if that's what you want, that's fine. So I just want to see which version this is. I'm pretty sure. It's the King James. It's King James version. Absolutely. Yes. And this is a classic one. Yes, commonly known as the King James version, 1611. Okay. See this? This is one of them old Bibles from an old black person. Okay. King James version. Here you go. See that? Where it says commonly, right? Commonly referred to as the 1611, set forth in 1611 and commonly known as the King James Version. Okay? Now, I would never use a Bible like this for research. This is just for examples. Okay? The Bible that I use for research is the Bible that real scholars use when they're doing real biblical research, like the real stuff. The stuff by Oxford University, a real Bible. See this? This is the real Bible. Okay? The New Oxford Annotated Bible, New Revised Standard Version with the Apocrypha, right? See that? College, here you go. Hold on, where's it at? College edition. See that? College edition, so you can see it. All right, college edition. Okay? This is a real study Bible. This is the real deal. This is what real scholars use. They don't use, they don't touch this. This is garbage, basically. Okay? It is. Only because you have to remember, the manuscripts that Desiderius Erasmus used, all of the Receptus, the Textus Receptus, the received text, and all of that stuff, the manuscripts, everything that they used to put together the King James, was just, they used bad material. It was just really bad material that was relatively recent and accessible at the time when that was put together. Okay, using Byzantine text, majority text types, using bad manuscripts that Desiderius Erasmus got his hands on. And everybody knows this is common knowledge to anybody that studies the history of the Bible. No scholar would touch this with a 10-foot pole. Okay. Now if you're the real scholar, real biblical scholar, they're gonna go here. Okay, the NRSV. This is what they're gonna use. Okay. I have a link for it in the description when this is over. So if you want to get it, please use my link. And you're gonna want to get it when I'm giving certain classes. But actually, you can get it. Yeah, you're gonna want to get it. Okay. So anyway, I just wanted to show you that when you're reading this, when you're reading the gospel, you're reading aretological literature. It is not unique. There was the same literature existed before the Bible. Okay, where they talked about a divine man who works wonders and miracles, and who is given power by gods, but not because he's the exception, but to show as an example to humanity what they can do too. That's what you crazy Christians always forget. Jesus always said, "These things that I did, you will be able to do and greater." That's where you miss the message. You're supposed to be doing greater stuff than Jesus did. not having pictures of them on your wall and all this crazy stuff. Yeah, you're supposed to be doing greater. It was set as an example, so it's erytological literature. You can't change that. Okay, this is it's a genre of literature. If you are literarily ignorant, then I understand why you don't know that. But that's not my fault. I'm trying to make you not literary. I'm trying to teach you so that when you speak about these things, you can make sense and know what you're talking about. This is erytological literature, period. We just saw the definition and they gave us examples. Now, some people are super slow, and for you people in the back, you're going to have to find another channel. I can recommend a few for you to go to because they go real slow, but the level of information is zzz, right? So anyway, so let's look at this. So that's why they gave us Matthew 9:8, because Matthew 9:8 showed us that that's what they were talking about, right? That they were amazed that God had given a human being such power, had given human beings such power, plural. God, that God had given human beings such power that they could work such a miracle. Okay? All right. Now, you're trying to make Jesus unique, and Jesus is trying to say, no, it ain't about me being unique. That's why the story doesn't make sense. In one sentence, he's unique. In the next sentence, he got you doing miracles greater than him. Right? So, here we go. So, let's see. Chop. Okay. So let's see. I'll tell you people are something else, boy. So right. So back to the text. Right. So the definition continues. There were tales of Hercules, forgive me, right? It's an old spelling of Hercules. There were tales of Hercules, the Greek hero, and a whole literature of Alexander the Great as wonder workers, divine men. Okay? As wonder workers, divine men. This is in the definition of the word erytology. Okay? You know, this thing like to jump. Erytology. There were tales of Hercules, the Greek hero, and a whole literature, you heard that? A whole literature of Alexander the Great as wonder workers and divine men. This is before Jesus. There is no Jesus. Alexander predates Jesus. Okay? Alexander predates Jesus. I know theologically you believe nothing predates Jesus because you're theologically retarded, but that's okay. So let me not say that. I don't want to insult people. Probably too late, but I can always do better. Though the periscopes, or small units of which the Gospels are constituted, include many forms or genres, they are mainly divided into narratives including legends, miracles, stories, exorcisms, healings, and tales. So when you read the Gospel, you're reading legends, miracles, stories, and tales. You're not reading history. That's in the definition of the word erytology. Just to make it clear for you what you're reading miracles, legends, stories, and tales. That is not history. If you don't want to know history, just keep thinking the Bible is history. That's very easy, right? That's a very easy one. Keep believing the Bible is history. You don't have to worry about knowing real history. Okay? So the Bible is stories, legends, tales, and miracles. Okay? I'm going to read that again. It's different genres. Though the periscopes, or small units of which the Gospels are constituted, include many forms or genres. They are mainly divided into narratives, including legends, miracles, stories, and tales. Okay? Exorcism and healings as well. Now, in the Greco-Roman world, because remember, we're talking about the Greco-Roman world period, when Christianity came about, and erotologies. Remember, the Gospels are erotological literature. In the Greco-Roman world, make sure you can see me. In the Greco-Roman world, erotologies represent a religious branch of rhetoric and a prose development of the hymn as praise poetry. Asclepius, Isis, and Serapis are among the deities with surviving erotologies in the form of inscriptions and papyri. The earliest records of divine acts emerged out of cultic hymns for these deities, not Jesus. They were inscribed in stones and displayed in temples. This is why Christianity has such a problem today. Because the truth is literally cut into the stone. That's why you have a problem getting away with your lies. You can't cover up the evidence. It's cut into the stone. It's literally carved into the stone. That's what hieroglyph literally means, sacred carving. Sacred carving. And you tried to run, you tried to pull the same slick trick with the 10 Commandments, carved into stone. And it told you the earliest forms of this erotological literature was not dedicated to Jesus. It was dedicated to the African faith of Isis. Isis. And along with the other deity she mentioned, that the definition mentioned. And this is from this is Wikipedia on erotology. Just to give you an idea, I don't normally quote from Wikipedia, but sometimes they have something important to say. And I think this is important. The earliest records of divine acts emerged out of cultic hymns for these deities. Asclepius, who we call Imhotep, Isis, and Serapis, who is a hybrid version of Osiris. All right, that was brought about in the Hellenistic period or the Greek period. Okay. So now we know what these two words mean. See, I didn't just rush through the rest of the paragraph because you would have been ignorant. You wouldn't have known what epiclesis means, right? You wouldn't have known what erotological means. Okay, now we can continue. The examples quoted of Marian Epiclesis in Latin and Greek are enough to prove the continuity of the erotological tradition. The Egyptian goddess, who was equally the great virgin, documented twice, and they give the Egyptian term. Hold on a second. Because dude said there's no documentation. So that not only did he document it for you, but he gives you the Egyptian term that was used. Chenut. See it? Chenut. Right here. Follow me, Pastor Mason, because I know you're going to see this. You need to, because you need to get some education. And you need to get a refund for the one you got. I might be coughing, but I ain't stuttering. Okay? Okay. So, right here, the Egyptian goddess, who was equally the great virgin, or Chenut. Chenut. You said no documentation. The Egyptian goddess who was equally the great virgin. You see what that means? Virgin. Do you know what a virgin is, bro? The great virgin, Chenut, and mother of the god. And I want you to pay attention to this the. Okay? I want you to pay attention to the definite infinitive. The definite article, the definite article. Pay attention to it. Okay, the mother of the God. Because when you hear that the God, you thinking, oh, that's not his name. That's God, small g. And then when you talk about God, you put a big G because you think that that's his name. That's somebody messing with your mind. That's somebody who knows you're too stupid to figure out what that's about. Okay? I'm just going to tell you the truth. I ain't going to make it sound sweet to you. Maybe you need to go to somebody else who's going to make it sound sweet to you. I'm not going to make it sound sweet to you. Uncle Shaka's here to teach you what these pastors are too uneducated to teach you. They don't have the education to teach you this stuff. If they did, here's the key. They would have. That's how you know they don't. Okay? These seminaries that they go to, they're ghetto schools. To me, they're ghetto schools. Because you don't get real education. They don't teach you about the classics. They don't teach you real linguistics. They don't teach you nothing. Just Jesus was God, and now we're going to teach you some hermeneutics and stuff. They're going to teach you about biblical exegesis and all this dumb stuff that is just, it's silliness. Okay? So, the Egyptian goddess, who was equally the great virgin, Khnut, and mother of the god, was the object of the very same praises bestowed upon her successor, Mary, virgin, mother of Jesus. All right, on her successor. Okay, who was her successor? Mary, virgin, mother of Jesus. Could equally and silently replace the Greco-Roman Isis, okay, Sophia, the veneration, hypodulia of the Blessed Virgin Mary, was certainly introduced at about the same time as Theodosius ordered the destruction of the pagan temples, including the Serapeum and other shrines of the Egyptian gods. All right, so what he's saying was that at the same time, Mary, the mother of God theology, was being proliferated. That was the exact same time that they were shutting down the African temples who had the exact same theology, but they had it first. So the African temples had it first. And then when Theodosius was shutting them down at the same time, they were conferring that theology upon Jesus and his mother in their theology. So now you know where it comes from. And now you know why one was being shut down while the other one was being built on, literally, as we're going to see, on top of it. Figuratively and literally built on top of it. Now, my thing is that if you're ignorant and stupid about the past, how can you be effective in the present? Really and truly in a meaningful way. In a meaningful way. Because whoever controls your past, your idea of the past, they control your present and your future. You might want to remember that. Okay? Let's continue. Here we may think lies, Here we may, I think it's a pun on words. Here we may think lies a reason for the absorption of elements, ideas, and usages from the old religion into the new. The takeover in Egypt itself would have been easy. What does that mean? Let's deal with the lie these pastors tell you. They tell you the religion of Egypt was very different from Christianity. In many respects, that's true. But just because that's true, it doesn't mean that little old Christianity, because Christianity is small compared to Egyptian religion. But because Christianity is so small, it's very easy to identify the parts of it that it took from Egypt or that were conferred upon it by the Egyptians, if you want to speak diplomatically about it. Okay? So let's speak diplomatically about it. We don't have to insult them and accuse them of stealing, although it's already been documented just now. So it's kind of too late for that. Let's see. Did I document that? That it's stolen? It said they absorbed the elements, ideas, and usages from the old religion. Okay. Well, they absorbed the elements, ideas, and usages from the older religion, which is the religion of Egypt. But what makes it a theft is that they lie about it. I don't have any problem with the fact that you did it. But the fact that you lie about it, I have a problem with. So that makes it a theft. Yes. I'm going to use the word steal. Okay? Yeah, we're going to use the word steal. Here we go. Okay? So, duh. Yeah. God, you don't even know my back. Like, I allow the chair to stretch back so that my back could have integrity. So here we go. What am I looking for? Here we go. So, here we may think lies a reason for the absorption of elements, ideas, and usages from the Egyptian religion into the Christian. That's what you put there. From the old religion to the new. Okay? I guess that's not documented either, huh, Pastor Mason? Because I just documented it. Everybody watching this broadcast will know where to go. They know to get the book, Isis in the Ancient World by R.E. Witt, right? And they know exactly what page to go to, right? They know to go to page what? Because I'm giving it to them. 273 and 274. Chapter 20. The Great Forerunner. In fact, that's the title of the chapter. The Great Forerunner. That Egyptian religion was the forerunner of Christian religion. It's in the title. Documented for you, bro. And what you're going to do is you're going to try to go make a TikTok on your you're going to say something stupid. Is what you do. I'm being honest. You're going to say something stupid in reference to everything that I'm documenting. Because that's what apologetics compels you to do. Okay. It's like, how does that make you feel? Like, how would you feel calling yourself a pastor and the arbiter of Christ, but you're compelled to lie, deceive, and mislead? Like, how did that make you feel? How do you look in the mirror and square that away? I don't know how you do that. So, I don't know. I don't know. Should I say we don't know? Now that the secret is out the bag. You said, hey, Pastor Mason, you said in one of your responses to me that I got a lot going on. You're right. You said you're going to pray for me because I got a lot going on. Well, thank you for the prayer. But you're right. I do got a lot going on. And what I got going on right now, it is exposing you for the liar you are. Okay? That's the a lot going on that I have. You said there was no documentation. They heard you and saw you say it. How do you live with yourself? How do you like yourself? I don't get it. I don't know. I like facts. I like history. I want to know the truth. Don't bring me some archaeological literature and tell me this is history. Something got to be wrong with you. Psychologically, something has to be wrong with you. You have to be academically and psychologically truncated. Something's wrong with your frontal lobes to try to bring archaeological literature to the Black community and tell them that this actually happened, that this is history and this is the truth. It's archaeological literature. Pastor Eric Mason. Look up the word. Because I guarantee you've never taught that word to anybody in your congregation. But you will after this. Because now, see, the thing with dealing with me, once you drag me into a conversation, you have to start learning how to actually, you have to start learning how to sound intelligent. Because when I listen to Pastor Eric Mason, he doesn't even sound intelligent. I said in the last broadcast, I can usually tell special education people when I hear them. And that's how he comes across to me as special education. I'm not mad at that. I love my special education people. Hell, I said before, I might be special education, don't know it. Okay. But I do know he's special education. There's no question about it. But see, after dealing with me, you're going to have to actually start sounding like you know what you're talking about. And you're going to have to be able to answer good questions. Pastor, why didn't you teach us this term aretological? And why didn't you teach us that the gospel literature conforms to this literature? Why didn't you teach us that? Just look at them and just say, tell the truth. Just say, I didn't know. Try to tell the truth for the first time and see how good it feels. You didn't know. Wait a minute. I just want to make sure that I want to make sure I'm not dreaming.
So they'll say Horus was born of a virgin, no documentation of that.
I'm just saying. You said there was no documentation. I mean, let us know. He said the takeover of Egypt would have been easy. Why? Because the religion was already there. The theology, the aretological worldview was already there. That aretological genre of literature was already in Egypt. All you have to do is read Salim Faraji's work. He came on your page the other day, Pastor Mason, and you disrespected him. Dr. Faraji. You disrespected him. That man has more knowledge about Christianity in the tip of his pinky fingernail than you do in your whole congregation and apologetic community. He has more knowledge about Christianity. And you spoke to him disrespectfully every time you come on my page. You come as assuming and not with questions. Why should somebody who knows way more about the subject matter than you come to you with questions? You arrogant Christian. You're so fucking arrogant. You don't have a PhD. He does. Okay, no problem. That's not everything. But if you're going to go against the PhD dude, at least make sure your knowledge, your data and your information can defeat his. Because Vince Mantle is a PhD, but I'm not worried about him. I can handle him with my eyes closed. Yes. And I can handle Richardson with my eyes closed. Sleep. Because my knowledge about this stuff is on a whole nother plateau. And by the way, everything that I'm teaching in this presentation, I've known this stuff for 30 years. It's new to you. It's not new to me. In fact, if you go back look at my old videos when I was on the other channel, on the other platform, you'll see I was speaking about aretological literature. It's not new to me. It's new to you. Increase your vocabulary and then own it so that when you're trying to teach somebody something, you can make sense. And you can say, oh, the Bible, the Gospels, the New Testament, oh yeah, aretological literature. Yeah, there was a whole lot of that stuff floating around in the ancient world. That's just one of them. That's all. It's not, Okay, let's continue. Yeah, the takeover, he says right here. Here we may think lies a reason for the absorption of elements, ideas, and usages from the old religion into the new. The takeover in Egypt itself would have been easy because the religion was already there, and it was not Christianity. It was the Asiatic or Osirian faith. It was already there. It was already there. They said, "Oh, you coming with a religion we already know? We just got to use your language, no problem." But I'm gonna show you the slick stuff that the Christians pulled too. I'm gonna show you some stuff that's gonna mess you up. Okay, actually gonna get you right. Okay, I'm gonna show you some stuff that's gonna get you right. Okay. Okay. Well, you should have said who the troll was, and I would have blocked them. Nobody got to tell me who the troll is. I see. I was supposed to have moderators in here that blocking people. Where are my moderators? What's up, my moderators? I got people in here posting stuff that is highly inappropriate that does not belong in here. Well, it's only one person, but right. Okay. Oh, I see one. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, my moderators don't be on it. They just be letting people in here just have their way. Okay. Trying to teach up in here. We don't need distractions. If I see anybody, I gotta say this, I have to put this out there. If you're in the chat and you're being disrespectful to other people, there's only one person that can be disrespectful on my platform. That's me. It's my house. But if you're in the chat room, respect each other. And please, and certainly respect me, but you can say whatever, you can express yourself. But to just be in the chat room, just really attempting to cause chaos. Come on. And that's what it is. You got to understand something. People who hate, you got to understand something. There are people who hate education. They really, literally hate it. Imagine that you live in a world with people who hate education. They would burn books if they can. You ain't never heard me say burn a Bible. Why would I say burn it? I'd rather explain, use it as a teaching tool. Explain to you what it is, what it actually is. Right? It's an opportunity to teach. Why would you want to? That makes no sense. That literally makes no sense. So here we go. Right? I see that most of the people, see, my followers are intelligent enough to ignore a lot of the people that don't belong in here. So I just blocked the trolls. So okay, great. So okay, he's going to. All right. Here we go. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Hey. All right, cool, great. So that's why I need moderators, so I don't have to stop what I'm doing. So anyway, my moderator's supposed to be on it. India, what's up? You ain't supposed to have clowns in that chat. You got to remember, light, they say darkness chases light, right? First of all, why, I never understand, why are you even watching if you don't want to learn? You know why? I figured out why. Because stupid people do stupid things and don't try to understand it, Okay. Stupid people do stupid things. Okay. Let's continue. Now, he said, no documentation of Isis being a virgin. None. Mary's a virgin, but Isis is not. Well, Isis is not a virgin. Why is Mary trying to look like Isis, holding Jesus? Why is she trying to emulate somebody that's not a virgin if Isis is not a virgin? Or maybe it's because one virgin was trying to emulate the original version. Oh, get it? The original version? Oh, that's cool. The original version. Version, and the original virgin. See, Isis is both. Mary's not. Yeah, I know. Y'all can give me an applause for that one. Y'all can hit my Cash App for that one. Okay. Hold on. That's why you gotta be. Look at this. Right? So let me show you that. Right? So Isis is both. Isis is the original virgin and the original version. She's the original version of the virgin. Okay? This is the copycat. Theologically as well as iconographically. Yes, theologically and iconographically. So it's not just on one level. So they didn't want you to think, oh, well, the Catholic Church was blah, blah, blah. It's bull. It's a bunch of crap. It's a bunch of bull. Okay? So let's go. Now, what word did they use to call Mary a virgin in the Bible? Because we're going to see if this pastor knows what he's talking about. I know he doesn't, but let's see. Here we are, people. We are in the Bible. Okay? Like Asha Crazy says, Baba Crazy, right? Respect to the elder. Stop going by the Bible and go in the Bible. I love when he said that, right? So what word did they use in the Bible, in the original language, Greek, to call Isis a virgin? This is the word they use. Parthenos. 3933E. Parthenos. So you go to Strong's Concordance and see what Parthenos means. A maiden, a virgin. A maiden, a virgin. Which means, for the most part, these are synonyms. Maiden and virgin are the same thing. That's why they use the same word to denote them. Okay? The definition: a maiden, a virgin. A maiden, they clarify it for you. A virgin. A maiden, virgin. Okay? Okay. Parthenos, maiden, virgin. Okay? Let's look at primary evidence. Let's go into the Vigus Dictionary of Hieroglyphs. Chenut. Remember that word that Dr. Witt used to call her the great version? Chenut. Translated as what? Maiden. See it? Chenut. There it is. Maiden. Chenut. Maiden. Chenut. Maiden. Go to Oxford Dictionary. What is a maiden? 1.1. A virgin. Let's look at number 1. An unmarried girl or young woman. Neither of those apply to Isis. She was not a young woman. She was a goddess, which means she was here at the dawn of time. She can't be a young woman because she's at the beginning of the human race. The human race comes from the Ennead. She's from the mythological age. We know she wasn't unmarried, and she was not a girl. She was a woman. These don't apply to Isis. Okay? Well, it could in one sense. After Osiris is killed, you could say she was unmarried, but we know this is not, they're not talking about this. Okay? Okay? A virgin. Older woman, unmarried, doesn't really apply. Right? Hold on a second. Right. So we know it doesn't, right? That doesn't apply. An unmarried girl does not apply. Right? An older woman, unmarried, does not apply to Isis. This is how we know they're talking about virgin. Of a female animal not having mated. This is why we know they're talking about Isis. Why? Of a female, look at this. I'm going to show you something. Of a female animal not having mated. So it's an animal that is a virgin. This is why Isis is shown as an animal. And it's meant to be a virgin sexual situation to show that there is no sex taking place. That's why she's depicted as an animal, because humans do not have sex with animals. Theologically for them, no, they did not. So they try to accuse ancient Egypt of being engaged in bestiality, and they take those quotes out of context, when theologically they don't know what they're talking about. In the dictionary, what is a maiden? A female animal not having mated. This applies to Isis. That's why she is in the form of a kite bird. She's hovering over him, not to get his seed. You got that from Plutarch in the 1st century because he did not understand the theology. That's why earlier, Reginald Witt, Dr. Witt, said that he had to weave his own theology out of the mythology. And because he didn't understand the mythology, he gave you an incorrect theology. She was not taking his seed. She was taking his ka. Not his cock, his ka, his vital life force. But it is a spiritual expression. It is a spiritual depiction. How do we know it's spiritual? And it is symbolic. How do we know that? Because if you look at this text, which is taken from Between Heaven and Earth, Birds in Ancient Egypt, page 41, right? This is part of a larger book called, it's in a section called An External Aviary, Bird Mummies from Ancient Egypt by Salima Ikram. She's a major Egyptologist. And this is out of the Oriental Institute Museum, Oxford, at the Oriental Institute, University of Chicago. That's who published this. And what they say in this text is that birds served as symbols of the gods themselves, as well as the divine essence within each individual, male or female. The ka, males and females have a ka. That's why we know that this is not sexual. In fact, it is the least sexual image you could ever show. This has zero to do with sex. It is a completely spiritual connection. That is why they chose to represent Isis as a kite, to show that it was symbolic. Birds served as symbols. What is a symbol? Go to the dictionary. A thing that represents or stands for what? Something else. Okay, that means you're being shown an animal, but you are to think of something else. You're being shown an animal that represents the throne. That's why the throne is shown right in front of it, the glyph. This represents Isis. This is a spiritual transmission from Osiris to Isis. It is not a sexual transmission. There is no seed being transferred. Plutarch put that in the text, and that's why Budge told you don't read Plutarch. Okay? The same way Faulkner told you don't read Budge, Budge told you don't read Plutarch. If you were well versed in this subject matter, Pastor Mason and the rest of you Christian know-nothings, you are the least educated people walking on the face of the planet, and it's so sad because Black people have an opportunity to learn and to be introduced to real history, but you feel like you got to, instead of cock block, you knowledge block. That's what you do. First, you steal the knowledge, you co-opt it, and you appropriate it, and then superimpose your brand over it. That's all you do. It's like if somebody took the Nike company, kept the same company, same designers, all of that, and just put a different mark on it, different brand. It ain't your shit. You just put a different logo. You just change the logo. And when I show you the truth about their logo, y'all gonna bug out. Y'all know what the logo is. It's their cross, their crucifix. And when I show you where that comes from, you're gonna bug out. Y'all gonna lose your minds. And you're gonna wonder why anybody didn't show you that before. Because everybody knows so much. You got all these people on social media debunking the Bible. They're dumber than the Christians. Though all these people on the internet who are debunking the Bible, they are dumber than the Christians about Christianity. Or at least as them. Nah, I wouldn't say that. I want to be fair to them. At least they're trying and they're making an effort. They're trying and they're making an effort. But the problem is that two things. One, real knowledge requires real respect for knowledge. That's number one. Number two, you got to put in a certain amount of time. Or you got to be being taught by the right person. And if you're not, it's not my fault. I'm doing the best I can. I'm up here. I'm making myself available to you. Okay? book a 30-minute session with me. Go to my website, Shakka-Ahmose.com. Book a 30-minute session, and you can have my full undivided attention. And there are benefits that come with that, right? As shout out to my brother Malcolm. Happy birthday to him once again, 21 years old. He discovered that recently. He contacted me on Facebook, but I was working on a presentation that I had my inbox was inundated. As it usually is, my DMs be like crazy. So he was smart. He did the smart thing. He said, you know what? Let me book a session with him. That way I'll have his undivided attention. And now because of that, we're going to be working together, doing something wonderful for the family in Wisconsin, for the people of Wisconsin, the Black community in Wisconsin, which I think is really awesome. You know, you'll hear more about that shortly. But that was intelligent. He booked a session, and that's how he was able to put his ideas on the table and say, hey, you know, I'd like to do this with you. I'd like to do this. I'd like to do that. Just book a session with me. That's all. First of all, it shows me that you're serious. I don't have to waste my time with people that are not serious. I don't do that. I don't waste my time with people that are not serious. So the fact that you book a session with me tells me you're serious about knowledge and you really want to learn. Just go to Shakka-Ahmose.com. It's in the description. And book a session. So anyway, let's get back to it so we can make sense of this stuff. So the word used to describe Isis as a virgin is Henut, which means maiden. And they have 3 different renditions of it. Okay, this is out of the Vigus Dictionary. Okay. And what is a maiden? The dictionary tells you. Okay. A virgin, right? A female animal not having mated. You see, this number 1.1 of the adjective, right? So 1.1 of the noun applies to her. 1.1 of the adjective of maiden applies to her. So both versions of maiden in both contexts, the noun form and the adjective form, apply to this term, Henut, which is simply translated as a virgin. That's it. Henut, the great virgin. Okay? Also, watch this. I'm going to show you how we're really going to outdo Mary and Jesus. Look at the second definition of the adjective. Being or involving the first attempt or act of its kind. So in the very definition, Henut, maiden, means that this is the first time this is happening, that a virgin birth is occurring, and that it is spiritual in nature. It's in the very definition. Nobody ever showed you that before. Yes, you can visit my Cash App. Thank you very much. Okay. That's a Cash App worthy point. In the word itself, it's telling you that this is the first time this is happening in history. In history, because it's a mythological story. See, the crime is not that the Egyptian story is mythological. The crime is that the Christian story is attempting to subvert your thinking by demanding you believe that this is historical, that the Jesus story is historical and not mythological. So you want us to believe that something historical predicated on mythology unfolded in reality. That's the logic they want you to follow. I mean, we've all heard art imitates life and life imitates art. We've all heard that. So maybe the same is true with mythology. Okay. If you say so. Yes. The first act of its kind. It's in the definition telling you that this is the original version. See that? The first act of its kind. So how can the Mary story be unique if it's not even the first act of its kind? And this is the Immaculate Conception, by the way, people. This is the Immaculate Conception. For those of you who don't know, the Immaculate Conception and the virgin birth are inextricably linked. You don't have to really differentiate between the two. You can't have one without the other. How can you have a virgin birth if you don't have an Immaculate Conception? Huh? So, but he said it's not, hold on, what that fool say about, I'm sorry, I don't want to call it name call. He said no documentation. That's what you said, Pastor Mason. You said no documentation. I just gave you primary evidence. Linguistic evidence. Chenut, maiden. Maiden means virgin and an animal that has not mated. The Greeks had a thing about animals. And the Romans. They were so removed from nature. I mean, we understand that. But in the African sense of the word, they were removed from nature. So, yeah, they had issues with animals. The Egyptians didn't. Why? Because the animals were sacred to them. How can that be a bad thing? Animals be sacred. Would you rather mistreat animals? You think mistreatment of animals is better? It's like one of those psychopaths who kills animals when he's a child or she's a child? Right? No, that's silly. To look down on someone because they hold animals as sacred or nature as sacred, the forest, the rainforest, the earth, the ocean. You idiots, y'all don't care about nothing but Jesus. You said, I love Jesus and I let Jesus worry about the trees and the ocean and climate, what is it? Climate change, right? I let Jesus worry about that. All I'm worried about, I'm worried about one thing. And that's how selfish Christians are. All they care about is, I want to live forever. That's it. To hell with everything else. I just want to live forever. Think about that value system. It's a me value system. Yeah. It's what it is. It's me. Bunch of singers, bunch of opera singers. Me. And Jesus is and it's predicated on some on some Aristotelical literature that they themselves don't know anything about. Okay? That's what I feel like when you see a Christian with a Bible, I feel like somebody take that thing, they're gonna hurt themselves. They don't know what they got in their hands. They're clueless. Same thing is true for, and look, let's not act like Muslims and Hebrews and Jews. They just as guilty. Okay? They are just, I'm gonna have to get me some real moderators. Because I got people call them up in here. Okay. Shout out Cincinnati. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, let me do that. I shouldn't have to show it. It's in the description. So, if you look, we got to stop being lazy, people. Laziness is not a good trait to have, you know? So, if anybody who want to book a session, me, with your brother, Shakka-Ahmose, just go to Shakka-Ahmose.com. That's it. Just go to Shakka-Ahmose.com, see where it says book a 30-minute session. You book the session, and you have my full undivided attention on camera, just like this. It's just you and me. Ask whatever questions you want, and most people will tell you. Even though you're paying for a 30-minute session, it's going to be a lot longer. And then I don't charge extra. Bottom line, I want you to learn. That's it. Okay. So, so now let's look at more primary evidence, because he said there was no documentation. Oh yeah, bro, you coming along for this ride? That's why I got you on damn near every page. You think you're gonna talk slick like that all over TikTok? They need to call you Tick Stop. You to stop being on social media, spreading lies to young people, to especially black people who you claim you care about. How do you care about somebody and you invest in lying to them? Or educate yourself. You want to learn? Come to me. I'll educate you. I ain't got no problem with that. Come to me. You want to learn, Pastor Mason? Come to me. I'll teach you. Okay? I'll teach you like no person in them little seminary schools you go to will ever be able to teach you. Ask my tenants. My tenants got master's degrees from Columbia University in Biblical Hebrew. They'll tell you I know more than them. People who pay me rent with bestsellers on the New York Times list will tell you I know more than them. They got master's degrees in biblical Hebrew and another master's in the Hebrew language. Excuse me, in classical Hebrew. And they'll tell you I know more about this subject matter than they do. So what makes you think you know more about it than I do? Your arrogance, your Christian arrogance, Pastor Eric Mason. It's your Christian arrogance and hubris to think that a black man like you couldn't actually know more than you. I do, much more. Most likely much more than you will ever know, okay? Because by the time I was your age, I had a lot more figured out about this subject matter, okay? A lot more. Okay, so let's look at the primary evidence now. Primary evidence. Okay? This is an authentic, legitimate relief from Egypt, unless you think I actually put this together. I'm good, but I'm not that good. Okay? This is a primary relief, most likely from Luxor, or the Epiclesis, the Temple of Karnak. Okay? Where it's called the Temple of Isis. Most likely, that's where this is from. It's either from the Temple of Philae or the Temple of Isis in Philae, or it's at her temple at Luxor. Okay? Now, we're going to read this in the original language, because you like to pretend you know something about original languages. I've watched you. Because in the original language, you don't even mean this. You don't know anything about original languages. Not when you coming up against me. You're gonna be so outclassed it'll scare you. There's things that I know and understand about these languages that would really, really, really blow your mind on a grammatical level. Okay, you're not. Look, Pastor Mason. Let me look in the camera, bro. You are not on my level when it comes to this stuff. Stop lying to young black people who just want to learn. If you don't know, just tell them, hey, I don't know. I don't know anything about ancient Egypt. I read a few books. Just because you read one or two books or read a few things online, and then here's the crazy part. Your fellow pastor, Jerome Gay Jr., had the nerve to say that the Kemetic community is using Google scholarship and relying on zeitgeist for what we teach or believe. And I was shocked. And I said to myself, the only reason you could say something like that is because you yourself are using Google scholarship. That's why the only reference you could use was zeitgeist. How? I can't even, there's no word for that. That's intellectually sad. You didn't know how to find the original sources to know that what the Kemetic community is relying on. Because if you did, you would have came here. You wouldn't be running around social media, Pastor Eric Mason of Epiphany Fellowship Church in Philadelphia. You wouldn't be running around social media saying there's no documentation of Isis being a virgin. All those glasses you got, they only, what is it? What is it? I'm trying to figure out. Is something up with your glasses? That when you read, shit is backwards? Because, I mean, if you are dyslexic, glasses ain't going to help. You're going to need some kind of optical surgery if you're dyslexic. We got well over 100 people in here, by the way, watching. They're watching you get this work, Mason. And you probably got all your little minions are probably watching too. Shout out to Alfredo. I know you're watching. Adam Coleman's probably watching. They're going to do their little rebuttal. He did this. He said that. And I just look at them like, damn. They're too busy rebutting. They're not even, that's the problem. They're too busy rebutting and not refuting. They don't know the difference between the two. A response is not a refutation. Did you hear what I said? Just because you respond and open your mouth doesn't mean you refuted anything. You're just trying to make some noise to make it seem like you defended something. You might fool stupid people, a bunch of church people that are historically illiterate, but you can't do that to people who are literate, historically literate. We have higher standards. Like, nah, bro, you can't just explain something away. You have to show something that physically, literally contradicts that and neutralizes that. You can't do that. This is primary evidence. You can't make this stuff disappear. Are you out of your mind? It's carved into the walls. Like he said earlier, he documented that it's carved into the walls. From now on, we're going to call him Pastor No Documentation. That's your new name. Eric No Documentation Mason. Pastor Eric No Documentation. From now on, when you talk to him, I want you all to go seek him out on social media. Go to TikTok. Go to TikTok. Go to wherever else he's on. Twitter, Facebook. Well, not Facebook, because Facebook is more personal. But you can send him a DM. You can go to his message request. Send him and address him as Pastor Eric No Documentation Mason. I'm serious. Only my true riders will do it. He's on Facebook. You can find him. Just type in Eric Mason. All right. Don't go be disrespectful. We just gonna make a point. We just making a point. That way, because I want him to know people are watching this. And I want him to know that you no longer have the privilege of running. This is not 1971 when black people didn't have the answers to these questions. I remember that time because I was around in 1971. Were you around in 1971, Pastor Eric Mason? Were you around in 1969, Pastor Eric Mason? 68, 67, were you around? I was around in those years. Were you? But you think you're going to teach me something about this subject matter? I don't think so. No. I've been preparing for you all my life. Are you kidding me? Those greater than you, I've been preparing for all my life. You have no idea what you walked into, but you ate. You said you acknowledge your Hebrew, your biblical ancestors. Well, great, because you're the chosen one. I choose you to get this intellectual beat down. Remember, I told you this is about intellectual legacy, right? I told you that. You want to be famous? I'm gonna make you famous. And your book is garbage. That book, Urban Apologetics, it is garbage. And anybody who spends money on it has got to. You're gonna be mad. You're gonna be mad. Go to if you do get it, go to the section on Comedicism versus the gospel. Where's it at? Yeah, they just basically said anything. Like they didn't even pay attention to stuff they say. Let's just explain it away. Because they're losing too many young people to the comedic world. They're not stupid. They know ancient Egypt is in their blood. They're not stupid. The only thing y'all do with this Christianity stuff is you blind them to the facts. That's it. So we're going to look at this now. Less commentary, more presentation. Okay. Bird images were used to depict and symbolically indicate the essence of the divine. Period. I'm not going to, I don't even have to share my screen on this. How many times you don't seen a picture with a dove coming down over Jesus? Where you think they got the idea of using birds as images for the divine? From Egypt. Duh. You never seen that picture with Jesus and the bird, the dove, right? The dove is descending down on his head. Isis was a kite. It was descending down on the head of Osiris, if you know what I mean. Oops, same thing. See, in the Egyptian original, the bird is descending on the head, right, of Osiris. You know what I mean? The head, right? And what they do, they said, no, this is too, Europeans, they were like, no, this is too graphic. Africans, we didn't care. We walk around, our women have their breasts out. In ancient Egypt, a lot of our clothes were see-through, especially if you had really good money. The more money you had, the more. Ain't that no different today? The more money you got, the more see-through your clothes is. You don't believe me? Look online. The sheer stuff made of silk or whatever material they use to make sheer clothing where you can see through it, that's the most expensive stuff. So if you were really upper class, people could really see through your clothing. You wanted to be sexy. You wanted to be, And you got to understand, for them, that was leaving something to the imagination, right? Which made you more curious. Because if you ain't had no money, you might have walked around with nothing on. You know what I'm saying? A loincloth. A loincloth, a little whatever, I don't know. Right? Yeah. But look how these images are transferable. So in the Egyptian context, you got a bird descending on his head. That head. In the Christian context, they changed it to a bird descending on the top of the head. Africans, we didn't have hang-ups like that. We just saw it how it was. We saw it how it was. And when is that bird coming down on Jesus? When he's being baptized by John the Baptist. When he's being born again. Yes. Right? When he's being symbolically resurrected in himself, in Christ, right? So, the bird comes down here when Osiris is being resurrected. Okay? Same motive, same motif, just expressed differently. This is the original version. I love that. The original virgin and the original version. See, that's very ancient Egyptian. They loved play on words. They loved play on words. It's embedded in the language. The psychoaffective material. They love it. Right? Let's continue. Oh, I love this. I love this. You have no idea how much I love this. It's like, for me, it's like getting something off my chest. No documentation. That's what he said. Shout out to my church family. Your pastors are lying to you in the church about African religion because they want you to think it's occultic. That's what they called it. That's what he called it. You got a member of a cult, this man, telling you that ancestor worship is occultish. Man, you are culturally sick. That's what you are. Okay? Primary evidence. Let's look at it. Because you said there's no documentation. Bruh. We're going to see if this pastor's a liar or not. Well, we already know he is. Read this for me, Pastor Mason. Right here. Read that glyph, read that glyph, read that glyph, and then read that glyph and read that glyph. What does it say? I'll help you out. Okay? Because Vince Bantu ain't going to help you with this one. Okay? It says, Inek Kenut where? Inek Kenut where? What does that mean? This virgin great. These are the signs from the Gardner sign list. You can't make this up, bro. This is real linguistics. I want to call you a name right now so bad because you running around lying on ancient Egypt and you lying to the black community, because if you're talking to the black Christian community, you're talking to the majority of our community. Because the majority of our community is ignorant about these things. They're ignorant as fuck. Even the so-called woke community. The woke community ain't taking you the primary evidence, translating this stuff for you so you can see if these pastors are lying from the depths of their soul. We got an old saying where I come from, I ain't got to cheat you to beat you. I'll beat you with the truth. I'll beat you with my yacht. Facts. Shout out to all the black women watching me tonight. We getting your ISIS on. We are defending your ISIS. This is me doing my Will Smith, slapping this man in the face with the truth. I couldn't resist. Being that I used to work for Will Smith and I was his personal bodyguard for a period while he was filming Men in Black 2, I've been tempted to do a response about that whole thing, but I just might still. But back to me back slapping this brother across his pastoral ship face. Yeah, bro, you getting slapped up because you lied. You know what you need to do to make up for this? You know how you pastors go into the church and you want everybody to put money in the plate? You need to put money in the plate for every single person that comes in your congregation to your next service to apologize for lying to them and miseducating them. Yes, that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do, Pastor Eric Mason, but you ain't got the Christian balls to do it. You ain't got the Christian balls to do it. I know it and you know it. That's why you'll duck me and you'll keep sending these little minions. Alfredo Valentin. And I don't even mess. I don't think I don't waste time with them. They little boys to me. You're a little boy to me with all due. I'm talking about, look, come on. Bro. I'm almost in my 60s, bro. Come on. You understand? I was doing this when you were a little boy. I was doing this. Literally, when you were a little tiny Todd, I was studying this stuff, bro. You know how long it would take you to catch up to me understanding this? That includes Vince Bantu and Eric and Damon Richardson. They ain't no more intelligent than you are, neither of them. Neither of them. And I'm going to buck down each one of you broadcast by broadcast by broadcast. I started with Vince Bantu. I'm not done with him. I'm going to backtrack after I'm done with you. Eric Mason. Pastor Eric Mason. When I'm done with you, I'm going to backtrack to Vince Bantu. And then I'm going to save the best for last. Mr. Richardson. I told you, I've been preparing for this all my life. All my life. Certainly all of my adult life, but even as a child. When I first asked my mother, Mommy, first I said, Mommy, tell us, well, I call her mother. I said, Mother, tell us about Egypt. She said, it's not called Egypt. It's called Kemet. I was 8 years old. That was in the early 1970s. Yeah. Okay. Bruh. You might be the master of that house in your house. But over here, you just a student. And not a good one. Okay? Not a good one. You know, one of the reasons I don't like to broadcast, believe it or not, why I'm always nervous before I broadcast, because I know that anytime I broadcast, it's controversial. It gets controversial. Like when I get off of this broadcast, my DM going to be lit up. It always is. But I love that part. I appreciate that. It lets me know people are watching, learning, and paying attention. That matters to me. But it still makes me a little nervous, only because I'm very leery of people. I was having this conversation with someone very special to me the other day. I'm very leery of people. Like, she's literally the only person I talk to. I literally don't talk to anyone else. Like, it could be Monday through Monday. I don't talk to people. I'm too busy studying or resting or cooking. I love to cook, you know? So, you know, but definitely studying. Y'all have no idea how I study. Like, y'all wouldn't understand it, you know? Like, you really would not understand it. Bro, that's primary evidence. Here, let me let you see the whole thing. See that? That's primary evidence, Pastor Mason. Vince Bantu, Damon Richardson, Alfredo Valentin, the Brooklyn, what they call him? The Brooklyn apologist or something like that, the bodega, whatever. Dude, you're a bodega bum. That's what you are. You're a bodega bum. Alfredo Valentin, you're a bum. When it comes to this stuff, when it comes to knowledge, Christian history, or the history of ancient Egypt and the relationship between the two, when it comes to this, you're all bums. Y'all know nothing about this stuff. Stay out of my vineyard. That's like literally coming into my house and think you're going to tell me what to do. You got to be out of your mind. I know this stuff better than I know my own bedroom. Facts. You do know I'm just getting started, right? This is the preamble. Pastor Mason, I'll tell you a secret. I'm going to tell you a secret. I live for this. This is all I think about. I don't think about anything else. 25 hours a day, 8 days a week. There are things that I know about this, many of you will never know unless I teach you. Yeah, bro. See that? That's primary evidence. Shout out to Brother Assault, who's been teaching over on Sign of the TV. I love the fact that that brother does his best to deal with primary evidence. I love that. And I just like him, period. I like him as a brother, meaning that I was telling someone very special to me, I enjoy when Brother Assault is putting a beat down on people because he never loses his temper. He never gets emotional or passionate. Y'all know me, I could be off the chain. He just be like, but brother, but the glyph says, but yeah, and I understand. But the glyphs, I'd be like, go ahead, bro. You know, I love it. I celebrate my brothers who get down. You know, we don't all have to agree on everything. We don't even have to like each other's style or this, that, and the third. But I love seeing people get a good, I like to see people get a good beat down. Especially if you're addressing somebody who is lying on you. To me, lying is a form of bullying. Right? If you got to lie on somebody to make other people think bad about them, you're a bully and a hater. It's one thing to be a bully. It's another thing to be a hater. But to be a Haley, that's a hater and a bully together. You a Haley. That's what you are, Pastor Eric Mason. You're a hater and a bully. You're a Haley. Right? Or a buller. You're a buller. What is that? A bully and a hater combined. That's what you are, Pastor Mason. You're a buller and a Haley. Okay? Yes, you are. You bully people by lying. That's a form of bullying. To lie on somebody to make people think derisively about them, you're a bully. And now you're a bully with a bloody nose, with a bloody Christian crucified nose. Okay? That's what you are. This virgin great. Enek henut wer. See this? You cannot uncarve this. Eric Mason, Pastor Eric Mason, you cannot uncarve this. You cannot uncarve this out of the wall. Brush up on your glyphs so you can see what it says. No documentation? No documentation, bro? Hold up. No documentation? You already know where I'm going.
So they'll say Horus was born of a virgin, no documentation of that.
No documentation, bro? All this documentation, that's all I've been showing. The dictionary, R.E. Witt's work, Professor Witt's work, and now the primary evidence, and you saying no documentation? Man, you lucky I don't use a certain other kind of language, because there's things I like to say to you, mister. There's things that I would like to say to you that, no. Just no. Okay? No, mister. That's not how we do. That's not how we do around these parts. You don't come. My thing is, at some point, you got to be protective of the black community and of their minds. And stop thinking that people like him are unimportant. Or what they're doing, oh, that's not important. It does matter. It matters. If it didn't matter, they wouldn't be lying about it. They wouldn't be lying about it if it didn't matter. They would just be like, oh, yeah, it's true. Yeah, she was the first virgin. It's true. Yeah, Mary was predicated on her theologically and iconographically. Yeah, it's true. They would just say, yeah, it's true, and keep it moving. That's it. Okay. Okay. You got to be out your mind. Coming to see me uninvited? That's dangerous. I had to look through my camera to somebody coming to see me uninvited. I'm like, you don't do that around here, dude. No, that's dangerous. I get tense and jerky when strangers get too close to my area. If I didn't invite you, I don't care how pretty you are, none of that. You could be a bad omen. You wait to be invited. Or ask for an invitation. You don't just show up. All this talking makes my lips dry. And I don't have any more oranges. Oh, I do. I have one more piece. Cool. All right. So, Pastor Eric Mason, are you done lying to the people? That's all I want to know. Are you done lying? Do you know what it's like to go to church? I grew up in church. And I went to a lot of church. I went to a lot of church. When you add up all them days of sitting there being miseducated and lied to, and then you discover the truth. I've known Black women who have almost had nervous breakdowns when it dawned on them how much time they spent being lied to. Yeah, shout out to Joy in Florida. I'm talking about you, Joy. I don't know if you're watching this. Maybe one day you will. But you thought I couldn't relate to you when you were telling me that story about how you felt. There's a lot of Black, a lot of, even some guys too. I've seen guys like really lose it when they realize how much they've been lied to by the church, by the Bible, the church, the whole Jesus story. But it's different when it really dawns on females. And I think it's just that females have a thing about being lied to. You know, it's not that they don't lie. They just have a thing about being lied to. And so when it dawns on them how much they've been lied to, a lot of them really go through some real serious, deep, like, changes. Like, it's very visceral and physical. I've seen it with my own eyes on numerous occasions. That's why when I teach this stuff, I don't just come out when I'm teaching somebody like it's and I know they don't really know this stuff. I go very slow because it's like waking somebody up from a sleepwalk. And what do they say about sleepwalkers? They say, don't surprise the sleepwalker. You'll startle them. You could do psychological damage to them. You wake them up slowly. Okay? That's what you do. But that don't give guys like this the right to make my job harder, our job harder. But I don't mind. You know, I don't mind because I got the evidence. The evidence agrees with me and it disagrees with you. The evidence makes you a liar. That's why I call you a liar. Because the evidence says you're a liar. No documentation. That's what you said. I didn't put no words in your mouth. Yeah, this is the conversation we having. No documented reference to goddess Isis as a virgin. She's the original virgin, the great virgin, Henut, the Kemetic Egyptian African goddess Aset, in Greek Isis. Okay? This is why I gave you, and I will give it to you again, the Miseducated Negro of the Year Award, Pastor Eric Mason. This is why. And this is what Carter G. Woodson said. He was talking about you and those like you. He said the educated Negroes have the attitude of contempt towards their own people because in their own, as well as in their mixed schools, multiculturalism, Christianity, Negroes are taught to admire the Hebrew, the Greek, the Latin, the Teuton, and to despise the African. And that's why you messed up, because you didn't respect the African. That's why you messed up. You should have went and respected the African. This is African script. You see this? It's an African language. It's an African script. Do you see that? Huh? Put the fried chicken down. Put the potato salad down. Okay? Put it down and start getting some real education, bro. You are not on my level. Nowhere close. Nowhere close. See that? That's the African language. That's the African script. African. Do you see that? It's the first writing in the world. It's the oldest writing in the world. Do you see that? There was no Jesus, no Bible, no Adam, no Eve, no Moses, no none of that silly fairy tale stuff you like to come into the black community with. You silly goose. You're a silly goose. And somebody needs to give you an intellectual spanking, but you just got something much worse. You got confronted with the truth and the facts publicly. I did tell you I'm just getting started, right? You do know that. Let me show you something of what I mean when I say I'm just getting started. I'm gonna make you're into believing, so I'm gonna make you a believer. Okay? Let me show you something. Hold on a second. Yeah, they was talking about you, bruh. Okay? Oh, there's more. I thought I was at the end. Hold on a second. All right. So let's read this. So he's still going on. Hold on one second. I think, hold on one second. Because some stuff you're not supposed to see yet. Because this might actually be the end of it. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No question about it. So, yes. So, Pastor Mason, I know you're going to see this, and you know you're going to see this. Don't get mad, bro. Because I know this book better than you, too. The Bible, I know it much better than you. Trust. You will find out. I promise you, you're going to find out. Yes. I know that book much better than you. I know it on levels you couldn't begin to understand it on. But I'm going to make sure that everybody else watching me, particularly those people who support my platform, I'm going to make sure that they all know it better than you. It's just a matter of time. There's a picture I could show you, 2 pictures I'm going to put. I didn't want to put them up because I felt that they might really hurt your feelings too bad. I didn't really want to. I don't always want to be destructive. Sometimes I'd like to do this in a constructive way. But because I already know your adversarial posture, I'm not trying to be your friend. You already got a friend in Jesus. So you don't need me to be your friend. I didn't come to be your friend. I came to teach you. Okay? What's the word you use in Hebrew? Rabbi. You can call me rabbi if it makes you feel better. Right? We use the ancient Egyptian term, the Eden Kemet term. Okay? Seba. Okay? I came to teach you. Seba. So I just wanted you to be very clear on the documentation, and that no, you don't have the right to come into the black community, whether it's on social media, whether it's in your church in Philadelphia. No, you do not have the right. I'm not giving you a pass. I can't speak for anybody else. I'm not giving you a pass. Right? Some people, I give them a pass. Reverend Herbert Daughtry at House of the Lord Church in Brooklyn, here in New York, I'll give him a pass because he respects the knowledge. Reverend Shakka-Ahmose Barashango, who passed away, I give him a pass because they respected the knowledge. They were pastors and they were reverends, but they didn't lie. I'll say it again. They were full pastors, full reverends and Christians, but they didn't lie. That's why I have no respect for these young boys till they come on up as pastors. You only know how to lie. You're religious fanatics. You're not scholars. There's nothing scholarly about what you do. That goes for Pastor Bennett. That goes for Alfredo Valentin, Adam Coleman, Damon Richardson, Vince Bantu, and Eric Mason. All of you. And I'm coming after the females too, in that group, in that cabal. That's right, academically speaking. All of you. I'm not sparing you because you're female. No. What you look like being a female worshiping Jesus when Jesus was used to replace the female goddess? What is wrong with you? Something got to be really, really like not right. You know? Let me see. Yeah. Okay. So I just want to put this on the screen for those of you who appreciate and respect the value of what I did here today, which was to definitively answer. Was Isis a virgin? Was she worshipped as the great virgin? You can't uncarve it. That's all I would say to you. I will go right in front of your congregation in your church, and I will stand at the podium and I will say, you cannot, Jesus cannot uncarve it from the stone. Jesus cannot uncarve it. Cannot. You say he could do anything? Let me tell you what he can't do. Jesus can't build no pyramid, and he cannot uncarve that designation of Isis as a virgin from that stone that is still there today in Africa. Still there today, because you don't know anything about your own African history. You are disconnected, disenfranchised, and the only thing that you can do, Pastor Eric Mason, is disrespect your congregation by disrespecting them through miseducating them. And for what? For your Christian biblical arrogance, your Christian biblical hubris. I'm different. I'm not those other guys. I'm not. I'm what we call in old parlance, I'm a problem. A very real existential problem for that community. I might not be a problem for the rap community. I might not be a problem for the entrepreneurial community. I might not be a problem for a whole lot of communities. But for the Christian community, for Abrahamic religion communities, whether it's Christianity, Islam, or Judaism, I'm a problem. I'm a real problem. Okay? For those of you who really genuinely respect the platform, who want to motivate me and inspire me to come back, please don't hesitate to visit Cash App $ Shakka-Ahmose and express your gratitude and show your faith in the platform and what it is that I do. And I'm gonna stop it here for now. Let me see if I should show you what I was about to show you. Give me a second. I don't have to do that. I can just do this. I was going to show you this. Let me see if I do that. Okay. All right. And let me see. I wonder how many. Okay. I want to see. Now watch this. I want to show you something. When I told you I'm just getting started, I want to show you what I mean. I don't want to just tell you. I want to show you. Okay? Here we go. All right. Come on. All right. So I'm going to show you this. Hold on a second. Come on, open up. There we go. Now I'm going to show you something. Oh, I can't do it like that? Okay. I'll show you like this. Look at how many slides I've shown you. I've shown you 29 slides. How many slides does this presentation have? Do you see that number? 100. Do you see it? Pastor Eric Mason, Mr. Pastor Eric, no documentation, Mason. This slide has 100. This presentation has 100 slides. I've only showed you 29. We've only explicated 29 slides. There are 100. 31 more to go. So you can really understand the implications of this whole ISIS thing. 31 more slides to go. I'm sorry, just 31. Y'all know what I meant to say. Right? 70. Okay? There's 70 more slides to go. I'm tired. I've been teaching. I don't know what your excuse is. Okay? Facts, though. Just think about it. You know? I want you to really think about this. You know, I really wish often that I had more black celebrities watching me. Like Snoop Dogg, T.I., all these little rappers. Well, I mean little, but you know, all these rappers. Only because I would love to have this conversation publicly with them. Because I watched them try to have it. Charlamagne the God, T.I., whoever else. But they don't do the subject matter any, because it's not their thing. Your thing is, you know, business. You know, show business. You know, the music industry. You know, all of that stuff that goes there. This is my house. But everybody's audience would benefit. Everybody. You think the black people are past this because of technology? Is that what you think? You think black people have gotten beyond this intellectual incarceration that we've been put into because of technology? No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Okay? So, not at all. Because I said, there are a lot of people out there that are smart enough to know that what they're being told about the Bible and all this stuff is not true. But just because you know it's not true doesn't mean that you know what is true. And that's the part we have to get to. Because once you have the truth, what are you going to do with it? Or if it don't matter to you, like I said, I'm talking to those to who the truth matters to, who facts matter to, who want to teach their children correctly, who want to teach their family members correctly, their loved ones, their spouse, their community, their whoever, their friends, yourself. But you can't teach what you don't know. So it has been, let's just say this for the record, it has been definitively established. See that? 29 slides out of 100 slides. We got 71 more slides to go. 71 more slides, Pastor Mason. It's going to get devastating. I said this was just the preamble. This was just the preamble. So I don't know how this made you feel, because you're going to hear about it. I'm going to make sure you hear about it. All right? You could be an ostrich and, you know, put your head down in the Jesus sand. That's fine. But you're going to have to come up for air at some time. You running around TikTok. Oh, and this, that. You know, nah, bro. Nah. Your days of miseducating people are over. Over. They're done. Pink slip. I'm giving you a biblical pink slip. I'm gonna show you things in that Bible, and now I'm gonna show you things in that Bible, Eric Mason, Pastor Eric Mason. It's gonna make you have a nervous breakdown. I promise you that. Not that I want you to have a nervous breakdown, but if you're not able to let go of that Jesus fantasy, you're gonna have a nervous breakdown when I show you the things that are actually in that Bible. That's right. Because I know that you don't know. You don't know what you're looking at. You don't even know how to read it. You got some Western idea of what this literature is. Western civilization is built up on ignorance. They'll tell you that. They're built up on ignorance. The Greeks didn't know shit. And whatever they knew and learned, they learned from the Egyptians, but then they had to lie about it. They lied about it and then sidestepped it into Platoism. And then Neoplatonism, which you know for a fact ended up in the Bible. All throughout it. So, yeah. Miseducated Negro. Stop lying to the people. All right? That's all we're saying.
So they'll say Horus was born of a virgin, no document.
You know how stupid you sound now? I told you. I would say that I'm going to make you look stupid. I don't have to. You're doing a great job yourself. And remember, you made a whole lot of statements about the Kemetic religion. I have all of those videos. All of them. If you open your mouth about ancient Kemet, I own it. It's in my archive. So don't worry about taking them down or asking Conscious Christianity Facebook page to take them down, because I got them all already. And every lie you told, I'm going to expose you for the liar you are. Sorry, bro. I've been training for this for a long time. On a level you couldn't begin to understand. Pastor Eric Mason, Pastor Bennett, Pastor Bantu, Pastor Richardson, Pastor Coleman, Pastor Valentin. I've been training for this so long, you have no idea. None. You see, I did that little thing, lies Christian apologists tell. That was just me having fun. I had other things going on in my life that I had to address and square away. That's all squared away. Now I got time. I could have finished you all a long time ago. And I mean finish you. As far as this stuff is concerned. Like, ain't gonna be no resurrection. There's only one way you're gonna resurrect for what I'm about to do to all of you. From what I'm about to do to your Bible, your beliefs about Jesus, all of that stuff. The only way you're gonna resurrect is you're gonna have to go to the original version. The original virgin and the original version. That's it. Okay? So if there's any books that you saw, people, that you want to get your hands on, please, by all means, look in the description, and you will see that I have the links. So far, I think in this part one, I think I only showed one book. So to get the book, ISIS in Antiquity, please, by all means, use the links in the description. That would really mean a lot to me, and it would mean a lot to the platform. It's inspiration for me to come on back here and knowing that, yeah, you know, they value my time, they value my knowledge, and I'm not wasting my time. That's what it says to me. You know, I'm not wasting my time. You know, and that's it. Okay, so I just wanted to make it legible to those of you who really wanted to say thank you, Shaka. So there you go. All right. What else before I go? Because I'm hungry. I am so hungry. I haven't eaten anything at all today other than oranges. That's really all I've eaten for the whole day. Because I got up, I had to prepare, and I didn't even get to work out, you know. So I'll do that this evening. And who knows? I might come back on this evening. I was told that I need to get up to twice a day. So that's what I'm going to do. I think one will be just like a freestyle, Shakka-Ahmose freestyle, right? Well, I like that. Yeah, Shakka-Ahmose freestyle, right? Or, yeah, it'll be a hieroglyph freestyle. I'm trying to think. Yeah, just keep everything hieroglyph. Yeah. So that when you see me, you got to tune into hieroglyph, you know? The reason why I love the term is because the way the name came to me. I was walking down the street and for a long time, I was trying to figure out, what do I want to call my platform? What do I want to call my platform? What do I call my... And it was like, I came up with 1,000 names. And the way that one hit me, hieroglyph, it was just like, that's it. And I remember, I was coming from Whole Foods. And I was walking down Malcolm X Boulevard, Lenox Avenue in Harlem. And it hit me, hieroglyph. And I was like, that's it. That's mine. So that's what it is. And on this platform, woo, y'all have no idea. Anyway, that's it. Yeah, book a 30-minute session with me. Yeah, where you have my full attention. You ain't got to worry about all sorts of stuff. So I'm trying to think, is there anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Nope. I'll see you in a little while. Oh, that's what I got to do. I got to read the comments before I go. Just a few of them. Let's see what people are saying. Here we go. Oh, no question about it. No question about it. Facts. You heard? No question about it. Man. Oh, it's done. See, I have a personal beef with pastors. All Christian pastors. Anytime I meet a Christian pastor, all I see is standing in front of me is a lie and a liar. That's it. That's all I see. You heard? You got to turn on your notifications, people. You got to turn on your notifications. KJV, I'm going to put you in what I have a list that I call my sweet spot. And my sweet spot are those people who I will take the time to contact before I do a live and let them know, hey, look, I'm doing a live. These are people who I know really got me. Like if I need something and I'm like, look, you know, I'm in a situation, I need such and such and such. And they know me only through my scholarship, but they appreciate me to that extent that they will go out of their way for me. Those are the people that I put on my sweet spot. Because for them, I look at it like this. If I know that you're going to take time for me and I'm in need, you're damn right. I'm going to hit you up personally and let you know, look, I'm getting ready to do this live. Make sure you're here so you don't miss this. Everybody else, you got to turn on your notifications. Okay? And I would appreciate it if you did. Okay? And be sure to look through the description because I got a lot of interesting things in there that I put in there that'll just help you understand where I'm coming from. Okay? Yeah, I don't know what you were saying wow about, but yeah, of course it's game over. And that's why I named my book Codex Game Over. Can you believe this same pastor tried to disrespect my book online he did a live on his Facebook page. And he said, oh, it's just a picture book. And my jaw dropped. And I realized why he did it later. He called it a picture book to try to tell his followers, oh, there's nothing here to read. If you buy this book, you're only going to see pictures. Because he knew that if they read what was in my book, Codex Game Over, that it's game over. They're going to have questions for him that he can't answer. Yeah. But I was just so disappointed because I still like to think of pastors as honest people who want to be honest, but they just don't have the education. But I realize it's not that. It's not that they don't know the truth. They don't care about the truth. There's a difference. I have more respect for the average Christian who just wants to learn and is willing to grow with their education than I do with an ignorant clergy person who is devoted to a lie. Just because you're devoted to a lie don't mean we are. Oh, hell no. That's not, no, this ain't about that. No. Oh, no. No. Facts. She said, now she talked about their book. She said that chapter 9 in that urban apologetics books is wild. They really go in on black women with the manipulation, right? I don't even know. Let me take a look. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on 1 second. I just had to see. I just had to see what it is you talking about. Hold up. Let's see what it is she talking about. Okay, we back on. Cool. So we about to see what it is my aunt is talking about. Okay, here we go. Oh man, much better. Okay, so told you I got the book. I don't talk smack. I'm a bibliophile. The one thing I give Alfredo Valentin credit for is when they first started watching me on my brother's platform, Son of the TV, when they first started watching me on there, he tried to warn them. He said, yo, Shakka-Ahmose really reads. He tried to warn them. What he didn't understand is the level and the extent to which I have already read. I could never read another book again and have more knowledge about this subject matter in my pinky nail than you will all have together. Facts. I want to see what chapter 9 is. We doing the whole chapter 9. Malcolm X. Right? Malcolm X with a cut. Okay? So let's look at it. Chapter 9. We're going to look right at it. I want to see what chapter 9 is, where she said they went in on women. Oh, wow. Black woman and the appeal of the Black conscious community and feminism. By Sarita, and it's written by a woman. That shows you how brainwashed these Black Christian women are. They are taught to despise their own power as women. Yes, they are. Yep. Yes, they are. They are taught to despise it and to denigrate it. So the one about Comedicism versus the gospel, right? How you gonna call it Comedicism versus the gospel? The original gospel was Kemetic. The ISIS gospel, the gospel of ISIS. I just documented it for you. Oh, you didn't see it. Huh, Pastor Mason? He gonna say, no documentation. No documentation. And you know what he's gonna tell y'all? You know what he's gonna tell the people? I didn't show anything. Because they lie. I've never seen people just lie so brash. Oh, I just got a great t-shirt idea. I got a great t-shirt idea. Real talk. I'm going to keep it to myself. Matter of fact, I'm going to write it down. I might just do it as a meme. But on some real shit, they just lie. Of course I have. I'm friends with Eric Mason on Facebook. I'm on his page. I'm friends with Eric Mason, Pastor Eric Mason. We're friends on Facebook. And I read the stuff that they write because they communicate. I read what they write. I listen to what they say. I'm a real scholar. I don't just talk out of my neck. I didn't put words in anybody's mouth. I let you hear and see what the person is spreading. Period. How would you feel if you were the female in high school and somebody started a rumor that you were having sex with every guy in the school? And you know you never had sex with not even one. But how would that make you feel? How would you feel about the people spreading that rumor? That's how I feel like people like this. The truth of our history is documented and evident by real scholarship and real scholars, not zeitgeist, not YouTube videos, by real academic scholars with seminal studies. That's a seminal study. You saw what it said, the first of its kind. That's a seminal study. It's an extensive study. Oh, you're going to see when I do part 2 of this. This is just part 1. I just told you it's 100 slides. 100 of them. That means I got to break down each one of those because ISIS is not a light subject. You've been taught to disrespect your history so much that you think that something as great as what you created is a 5-minute conversation. That's what you think. And that's how you treat it. It's a 10-minute conversation. It's a 1-hour conversation. You got to be out of your fucking mind to not understand the width and the breadth of this thing. It's huge. It's huge. Why do you think the Christians went to the extent that they went to make sure that after they took it from you, they would repackage it as demonology, paganism, heresy, all of these psychoaffective terms that they use to turn you away from truth? To me, that's evil. Deceit is evil, period. Period. I didn't say comma. I said period. Yes, shout out to Barashengo. He was a Christian pastor. He never stopped being a Christian. He never stopped. And he was seminary trained, all of that. Pastor of big church, all of that. Well, he told the truth. In fact, it was Barashengo that really turned on, in my opinion, it was Barashengo that, I wouldn't say turned on, but inducted Pastor Ray Hagan, our brother Pastor Ray Hagan, into the community. It was, I'm pretty sure it was Shakka-Ahmose Barashengo, the pastor, who went to Egypt with Dr. Ben, with Asho Kwesi, and he was a part of our community. See, those are the kind of Christian pastors I grew up with. The kind of Christian pastors like Reverend Herbert Daughtry of House of the Lord Church in Brooklyn, right? And Pastor Shakka-Ahmose Barashengo, and I think even Reverend Youngblood out in Queens. But these pastors did not lie about where Christianity came from, just like Dr. Martin Luther King did not lie about it. Haven't you ever noticed these pastors? The greatest pastor America ever produced, the greatest black pastor, we all know is Martin Luther King Jr. Don't you ever wonder why they don't mention him? You would think other pastors would mention him. You would think so. Good or bad. That's not how Christianity works. When they really don't like you, you're not even spoken about. What's it called? Memori damnatio. Memori damnatio. They would prefer you didn't remember Martin Luther King at all because he told the truth about where Christianity came from. In his own words, he said, when Christians today are worshiping Jesus, they are unconsciously perpetuating the worship of Osiris. He said that out of his own mouth. That's Martin Luther King Jr. He said that. No, he did better. He wrote it down and put it on paper. He wrote it down. Read his papers. He said that. And Damon Richardson lied about why he said it. And I'm going to show you that too. You know me, I don't do this. I mean, I do this, but I'm much better with the showing. Okay? Nah, bro, you ain't going to... Yeah, in fact, there's a lot of people that really like tripped out. Shout out to my brother Troy. I know I was one of them. I was talking about the people who tripped out when they find out that they've been lied to. He said he almost lost it when he realized how long he was lied to by the church. I felt it as a kid. Just didn't have anyone to show me what I wanted to know. Found it on my own many years later. Most people have to find it on their own. That don't make sense. We got schools, we got churches, we got mosques. Bring the truth into all of those places. Until you bring the truth in there, God is not there. Not in any sense. God is not there. Bring the truth into the church. Bring the truth into the mosque. Bring the truth into the synagogue, right? When you bring the truth in there, we'll show you. We'll show you how this thing really works from a theological perspective. You don't have to change being a Christian. You don't have to change being a Muslim or even a Hebrew. You just have to know where your worldview actually fits in with the mothership, with the mother lode, with the origin and the source of what you believe. Because until you do that, you're not dealing with truth. You're dealing with a facsimile thereof. That's like you got a piece of a jigsaw puzzle. You trying to tell everybody, this is the picture. And then you write a whole bunch of books about this little thing you got. So now you got a whole body of scholarship about this little piece you got thinking it's the whole. You look stupid. You look stupid. As my little Trinidadian nephew said, you look stupid. For many people, their first exposure is Sunday school. Yeah. They soften your brain up on Sunday and then get you on Monday. Facts. That's facts. Some of us don't know how to stay in our lane. So I say some of them don't know how to stay in their lane. He's that Shaka on this Funk Master Flex with the clip. Appreciate you, Uncle Johnson Neb. Facts. I appreciate that too, very much so. Yeah, man, absolutely. When it's right, it's like that flow is there, and you could feel it. It's a reservoir of truth, of God. These people think they know something about God. They're clueless. They don't know. They would look. God could walk up to these Christians and offer them a tuna fish sandwich, and they would say, no, thank you, and walk away. Facts. That's facts. I'm not lying to you. I haven't lied to you one time during this whole presentation. That's on my everything I own, on everything. I have not lied to you about once. One thing. Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, BK the apologist. That's what he called himself. I'm going to tell you what that B and that K stand for. I think you already know. Okay? BS knowledge. That's what it stands for. Yep. Bullcrap knowledge. That's what it stands for. Facts. Yes. Black boys are reading at a 4th grade level, and y'all could read the hieroglyphic text. Yeah, it's not that hard. See, people think that when things are hard for them, it should be hard for everybody else. Nah, it's hard for you, so you think it's a special feat. It's kind of like Jesus said, these things I did, and you can do, and you will do greater. Okay, that's the code. That's the assignment. I got to do greater than Jesus. Okay, no problem. No problem. No problem. Blessings to you, Philip. I appreciate you. Right now, I'm just looking at some comments. If there's anything of worth, I will look at it. Okay. Here we go. Now, I'm going to tell you something. This statement right here, the person who said this does not even understand how true it is. Because I'm going to show you some stuff that these Christians never show you, and most of them don't know themselves. Most of them don't know themselves. I will tell you this much. The number one thing Christians lie about, the number one thing that Christians lie about, it's not Jesus, and it's not the Bible. The number one thing that Christians lie about, well, it's the two number one things, they're combined. They're combined. The origin of Christianity and the true role that the Coptic church played. They lie to you about that. Facts. Yep. And the worst part is the Coptic church, to be brought into line with the rest of the Christian community, they had to adopt the lie. Yep. Somebody, Kareem, 1983 said, I'm going to go to his church respectfully and ask in person to see his face. I'm 15 minutes away from his church. Please do. And just ask him why he lied. And ask him if he's man enough to issue a public apology. That's what I want to know. Pastor Eric Mason, now that you have been definitively proven wrong and to be a liar, do you have the does Christian integrity consist of apologizing when you are in error, when you have deceived people, when you have misled people? Huh? That's what I want to know. I just want to know. Because if that's not included in Christian integrity, it's a worthless religion. You're just a bunch of Jesus cheerleaders. That's all. I could care less about you cheerleading Jesus. Oh, I love that one. Facts. You see, this is social media, Pa. You can't run and hide in your church anymore. Because by the time I'm done, your whole congregation going to be asking you questions. Pastor Eric Mason, Epiphany Fellowship. Yeah, go to him and ask him why is he lying to the community. And then ask the community why are they supporting a liar. They need to know that. Why are you supporting a known liar? Since he said, I got so much going on. Yeah, you're right, I do got stuff going on. I got people paying me rent. I got workouts to do, push-ups, pull-ups, dips, crunches, leg lifts, back extensions. I got organic food to cook. And I got more presentations. I got buco more presentations to come on here and give. Ain't gonna be no wondering. Because I'm looking at all of the Bible debunking on social media, and it's so bad. That's why I said they as dumb as the Christians. I'm like, you think y'all debunking the Bible? No. Y'all deal with elementary stuff. Oh, well, if Jesus did this, then why is this? And Horus is Jesus. You saying Jesus is Horus? Really, really break that down. Oh, you can't. If you're not thinking and talking in terms of theology, you can't. And if you don't know the history of the theology of ancient Egypt, stop talking about Osiris, Isis, and Horus, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're a parrot. It's one thing to parrot something. It's a different thing to actually know what you're talking about. Facts. Facts. Well, somebody said, I walked away from Christianity 5 years ago. Thanks, Shaka. I think I might be responsible for that, or I might have played a role. If I did, let me know. That's always a point for me. That's a point that I get. You heard? Shawanda gone. Facts. 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 Okay, I'm going to take an ego moment. That's an ego moment. Okay. Ego back in the box. Facts. Yes. The original Blessed Virgin. Facts. And now you've seen the documentation. It's not just first century translation of Plutarch or Diodorus Siculus quoting the mythology that they were being told by the natives at the time who didn't even understand themselves, because these weren't real natives, right? No Coptics and all them people, they're not real natives, right? But yeah, facts. That's real. Besmirching scholars' research is not refutation. That's real. And that's what they do. They'll besmirch something that you said and make it sound slick, but they didn't refute anything. Nothing. Yeah, Zeitgeist, ain't nobody messing with Zeitgeist. Who in the Kemetic community has even seen Zeitgeist? I don't think anybody in the Kemetic community watches that stuff. I highly doubt. I watched Zeitgeist. I call it, it's an interesting effort. That's it. But you're 40 years behind. I would say more than 40 years. A lot more than 40 years. Yeah, a lot more than 40 years behind. But that was a good step in the right direction. Yeah, facts. Facts. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Pastor Eric Mason would never contact me to ask me to teach him. That Christian pride. They don't believe what they own say. What they say about pride, right? Pride cometh before the fall. And the worst part is, these Christians with their Christian pride and their Bible pride, that's not even pride. That's false pride. There's a difference. I teach people all the time, especially my son and family members. Learn to make the distinction between pride and false pride. They're not the same. These people have false pride. And if the fall cometh before pride, or if pride cometh before the fall, imagine what follows false pride. Right? Real pride cometh before the fall. Then what comes before false pride? It's got to be worse than the fall. Okay? I don't know how true this is. He said every time Garfield goes up against real scholars, he gets knocked out. He's against academia, ancient texts, and Kemet. I thought that he was into scholarship. I thought Garfield was into scholarship. So because he interviews real scholars. So I can't really speak on that. There's a lot of metaphysics in the Bible because metaphysics is Greek. And there's a lot of Neoplatonism in the Bible. And they know it. And they rule the day, it got put in there too. Facts. Yep. Christianity demands and will coerce you to believe their mythology is true and factual. Just have faith. That's dangerous, especially when it's not. I don't know. I can't speak on what Garfield said about something not being so. He said my mouth is watering. All right. Yeah. So. All right. Henut. Okay. Oh, thank you. Hunet. Thank you. Hunet. Thank you very much. That is correct. Hunet. Yes. Thank you. Hunet. Thank you. I appreciate that. Slow down with the pronunciation. He is 100% correct. Let me put that up there. Hold on a second. Where did it go? Here we go. Oh, that's my sister. Okay, boom. Menyet. Slow down with the pronunciation soon. Yeah, absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Soon. Slow down with the pronunciation, Sin. It's correct. It's Hunet, not Henut. She is absolutely correct. 100%. I was excited. I told you I get nervous and excited, so I'm not even like, She is correct. It is Hunet. Okay. See, the goddess Isis showed up. She corrected me. She said it is Hunet. Okay. It is not Henut. It is Hunet. And that is correct. Okay. At least I didn't say Hunt. Okay. All right. She is correct. Hunet. I'm glad we got that in there. Cool. Oh, the college book it's going to be in my description. Use my link to get it. My link. Yeah, when I'm you're going to want that. When I'm done with it, when I show you what's really in the Bible, you definitely going to want it. Oh, I do too. I ain't going to lie. When they start, he said, Pastor, let me put this on the screen. This right here. He said, I laugh when Christians speak in tongues. So do I. I just look at them like, y'all have no idea what the hell y'all saying. And I know that you don't know what you're saying because you don't know anything about your religion, about your cult. Y'all speaking in tongues and you got the nerve to call somebody else a cult. The hell you think? What do you think you're engaging in? Occult behavior. Bunch of weirdos. Yeah, it feels like that sometimes. It definitely feels like that. When it goes against their ideology, yeah, they do hate education. No fact. They fear it. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. Shout out to my moderator. They don't have a block button. Well, I gotta find out what the hell. You should. What? How do you moderate? You should have a block button. We have to fix that. Okay, see, that's why it plays to read the chat. Oh, I want to ask one last thing before I go, people, because I'm so hungry. Please, leave comments under the video. Because you say a lot of awesome things in the chat, but people come along and see the video later. We want them to see what you're saying, what your feelings are about what you've been exposed to. And yeah, y'all need to get at Pastor Eric Mason and confront him for lying. Stop letting people insult you. You say something about the Jews, somebody's contacting you. It's like Dr. Leonard Jeffrey said, it ain't about anti-Semitism. It's about anti-Kemetism. Tell the truth. Shame the devil. We just did tonight. Okay? Yes. I'm going to stop short of calling him a devil. But if you're doing the devil's work and you lying and you misleading people when the facts are very easily ascertainable, yeah, she was a virgin, bro. An animal that does not mate. Used as a symbol. You can't use an animal that has not mated. Means maiden. Maiden implies virginity. You understand? It's inferred in the language. It's a very inferential language. It's in there. And it's said. Okay, so okay, I think I've read enough. That's it. All right, folks. I'll see you guys on the other side, and stay with me. It's gonna get better. This is the trip I've been holding back for y'all for a long time. Years. The kind of things I'm gonna be showing you now, I did not show you years ago. So this is where I'm going to let the scholarship hang out. Okay? Right here on Hieroglyph. Before I go, one more for the road, people. One more for the road. Okay? Because he's going to say, I put words in his mouth.
So they'll say Horus was born of a virgin, no documentation of that.
And we got to put up with this stuff. Lord have mercy.